Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Optimus Park, North Carolina. We are at the High Court Sports and Rec. Queen City Kings taking on Ill-a-delphia Elite tonight. Both of these teams under 500. Elite coming off of a impressive win over Southeast, however. Queen City looking to get right after dropping 2 games. You have Ill-a-delphia here with Siege. We're underway.
I'm excited for this game. I'm always excited to broadcast with you, but specifically, I know it's like we mentioned, 2 teams under 500, but still a pretty exciting matchup. You ask me. You got the scorers and Norvell, Dean Jones, and Nas Hall kind of going to be going toe to toe. Maybe not guarding each other, but trading buckets. You got 2 relatively new big men in Madison Miles for Queen City, and the new Jermaine Owens, who just had a monster game in his debut. So. I'm excited to see them kind of go at it. 2 new guys kind of trying to make their name in the league. And what I really like about Jermaine Owens is I've talked about Marcus Lofton before. I love his game. He plays like a 7-footer at 6'9", just kind of has that dog in him. I like that he's getting moved over to the 4. I think it's going to let him kind of do some things he was not able to do before because he was taking on the role of the 5, but it's going to allow him to kind of expand his game a little farther. So I'm excited to see how he can progress.
Nas Hall drew first blood. The City evening things back up. Shot clock running down here. It's on 2 defenders. Ooh. Shot is blocked, but actually not before the shot clock violation, I don't think. And it's going the other way regardless. Defense there. For Queen City, this is the 2nd year Dara Simmons has been in charge. Bob often speaks glowingly. Dara Simmons. This team is under 500, and that's been a disappointment for them with so much talent. And once there, a little one-on-one play won't go for Queen City. Nice offensive rebound, Marcus Lofton.
Just got that kind of, he's got that archetype of like a little bit undersized, but like not going to get out rebounded. In that aspect, he reminds me of Kenneth Fareed, but he's got a lot more to his game skill-wise than I think the Manuel did. But when it comes to grabbing boards at an undersized kind of size, I think that's who he reminds me of when it comes to those situations.
He's long. He's not much of a scorer, Lofton. Averaging just 5 points a game, but had a nice bucket there. And there is another. Out to a quick 5-point lead here. More one-on-one play inside. Once again, won't go. Queen City attacking the paint, but so far not getting the results. Oh, and there's Lofton. He's got it in. So he gives it up. 3-point on the way. Won't go. And Queen City kind of need this bucket here. 3 on the way up and in.
That one will go Irish Spring Green, E. I know Marsh hated that one, but that's what that is. That's a green.
Draws the game back to 2. Are we going? Oh. 4. Come up with it. Nice dish inside, but fixing some limitations of Marcus Lofton's game.
Yeah, he doesn't have the deepest offensive bag, but at times we've seen him hit some pretty nice moves.
Well, there is the Queen City big man you were talking about. All 6'9", 220 pounds of it, out of Hawaii, leading this team in both scoring and rebounding, and ranks number 4 among everybody in Sim World with double-doubles so far, and looking to maybe get another tonight and complete the 3-point play here. Ooh, can't get the free throw to go, however. Tough shot inside and swatted away by Queen City. Kingsley works around. Nice behind the back dribble. That is Braxton Schuyler. Gives Queen City the lead. They're on a 7-0 run here. 4:11 to go in a relatively low-scoring game so far in this one. Following this game, you've got the Yacht Club and Showtime. We actually have a triple header coming up tonight on SimWorld TV. In between that, gonna get the post up. Loads of SimWorld hoops on tonight. Tight one to start.
It's a great night for some basketball, I'll tell you what.
Queen City. For a slow start. A tight defense back in this one. Once again, tough shot won't go, and no second chances so far for Phil. Since Marcus Lofton put that one back open now. Oh, the oop, but it's not there. Intercepted.
Irish Spring Green.
Only a 2. Had a foot on the line. Up here. Court violation. Philly. It's been a low-scoring game. Good defense by both squads so far. That is how Philly scored an upset in their most recent game, knocking off Southeast. Trey Turner, 60-55. Turner had 20 in that game, but they just absolutely shut the rest of the squad down in an impressive win to the Bleeding after a 5-game losing streak.
And that is usually how we see Ill-a-delphia come across their wins is with what is that allowed? Is that allowed in a regular game?
That's Khalil Erickson, 6'4" guard out of D.C. Played for D.C. last year. Before moving on, taking his talents to Philly and knocking the rim here in Carolina. Nice dish. Boom. Got stuff to answer on this end.
We're seeing a tightly contested game, but what I'll say is, we've talked about before, Ill-a-delphia's kind of calling card is that scrappy defense they play. If this continues to be kind of a defensive battle, I would give the edge to Philly just because they just have that way about them. When it turns into a defensive battle, they're scrappy. You see them here picking up full court. Yeah. It's just like this is how they want the game to be going. They love this pace.
Already halfway through the shot clock. Nice recovery, however. Coming back up, 90 seconds to go, opening stanza.
Dunks, and tough layups, and just tough baskets. All game, that's all we got.
Ooh, and a steal turn up the other way. Get it ahead, 2 defenders on him, going to attack anyway, and gets it up in. Wow, highlight play there in transition.
There it is, classic Ill-a-delphia. They get the steal on one end, run out, with a tough bucket on the other. That's just nice, grimy basketball.
4-point advantage for Philly, hard earned. There it is, nice dish inside, and a U-turn answer. Madison Miles. 6 points in this first quarter. He's made an impact on the rim right there.
Ill-a-delphia's taking their time, and they got a defense set up in front of them. Tough bucket there.
It definitely worked right there. Defense once again. Oh, but look at that. Ends up back the hands of none other. That man, Madison Miles III.
He's having a field day today so far.
Going to work here on defense. Running out. Time here, though, I think enough. Queen City can get something decent off here. Going to take a long three. Ooh. A nice look at it, but defense coming to the fore on here. Carolina tonight. It is a 2-point advantage. Philly, come right back. Second quarter advantage. Second quarter when we return. All right, we're back. Second quarter underway. Philly up by 2. Then their bench crew made a big impact for them in this one. 10 points. The bench for Philly so far. Looking to add to the lead here, and they do.
There he is again. Khalil Erickson starting to look kind of like we expected him to. He's playing really well. He had that unbelievable dunk. I'm not really sure that it's allowed, but I guess the refs let it slide. He's been playing really aggressive, getting to the rim, and I like what I'm seeing from him so far.
Teodum out there. Over. Some outside on the court as well, but this is a drive. Won't go. Rebounded. And Singleton on the court. He kept the ball.
Gonna go inside, get swatted away. Ill-a-delphia's gonna come back up with it. Madison Miles gonna get the rebound, pull it back. Gonna come back up. KJ Johnson back down to Madison Miles, who's been dominating the game so far. He's gonna look to keep it up. Inside, got the one-on-one matchup in the post. He's gonna back it out though, and he's gonna go back in. Gonna get stumped by that Ill-a-delphia defense. He's got it back. He's going to take a contested midi. Can't get it to go. Rebound Ill-a-delphia, and they're out and running, as they love to do.
Up by 6. Another one here. Not going to go down. Jerry King Cross just has to take it. Can't make it.
Queen City comes down the other way. Highly contested game. There's been a lot of contested shots. It's definitely one of those grinded out kind of games so far. We'll see Madison Miles do it again. Oh my God. I don't know what the rim said to him before the game, but he is not happy about it. He's going to get double teamed from Queen City. Over to Kingy Cross. Can't get it to go. Great defense from Ill-a-delphia as they get the steal, and they're off to the races. Gonna pull it back out
on the floor.
Kingy Cross up at the top. Gonna try to take his man one-on-one, and we're gonna see another steal. Very grimy defensive game so far. Madison Miles with a tough and one. He has got his name printed all over this game. He is a little too much for Ill-a-delphia to handle inside, and he's really keeping him in this game right now.
I think it's crazy that he is unranked at this point in the season. I know that Queen City has been disappointing, but Madison Miles certainly has not. 13.4 points per game, 8.3 rebounds per game. He's largely even off the college radar, really, at this point. Doesn't have a lot of high-level D1 offers, but
well, I've got a strange sneaking suspicion that he's not going to be left out of that ranking the next time they get done. That's for sure.
Queen City back in front and on a 5-0 run. And the attack here, Philly, and they ended it very. It's Malik Ali. Joined this club after the season started. 6'4" out of Philadelphia. 16 years old. He gets a bucket there. Puts Philly back on top. Braxton Skyler with it. He's been kind of quiet so far tonight. 77th ranked overall player in the whole world. Goes on the attack. Here's scores. Draws the foul.
He wasn't going to take no for an answer. He wanted the bucket and he got it.
Matson doesn't like that call, but nonetheless, to the line. Chance to get the old-fashioned three-point play. Braxton Skyler, 6'4", Charlotte native, averaging 8.4 points per season. Per game this season. He gets it to go. He was smoother on that than I just was there on my delivery, so.
Well, you know, we work hard. We can't always.
I know, you can't make them all. You can't make them all. Even Jordan missed every now and then, just never in clutch time.
I like the comparison of you to Jordan. I think it's fitting.
I get out of bed every morning and say, what can I do?
And that's what he did. He also got out of bed every morning. So
it's basically what Kobe did, actually. What can I do every day to be Jordan? But it did work. Tie ball game, 25-25. This is, if anything, I think gotten even more wound tight here in the second quarter than how we started this game.
Absolutely. I'm waiting for Queen City to kind of go back to the well.
Well, neither of these teams really ranks among the, not the most prolific three-point, either in quantity or efficiency necessarily, but Sky Durant, quiet tonight for Queen City, leads his squad with 23, and Nas Hall, had a Nas Hall explosion in that there was plenty of time, and they're hitting from deep right on cue.
You know what that is?
Captain Lavelle DeJean Jones.
Irish Spring Green!
3-point lead for the home squad. Thanks to the bomb from MDJ. Nice attack. Can't get the shot to go, but Darian Banks does pick up the foul. Darian Banks is a Simworld veteran, played for this squad last season, 6'4", and he's averaging 4.4 a game.
He's getting his contribution
from the field, but hasn't really contributed the way lofty expectations had for them. And that's the way that this game can come sometimes too for you, Siege. There's upward trajectories and there's ones that are less so. And Darian Banks has not really found his spot here in Simworld for a second season running now.
Well,
goes to the bench.
He's a talented player. We talk about it a lot. Fit in basketball is important, as KJ Johnson sits backwards in his seat. I guess he fits like that too. But yeah, fit's so important. Darian Banks absolutely has the makings of a guy who can contribute to a team. Like you said, he puts up 4 points a game. It's a small contribution, but it's a contribution. But I think if he maybe found the right fit, he could do a little bit more somewhere.
Well, MDJ's found a nice fit, putting the hole in the hoop. It's really nice right in there. Inside and outside now. 5 quick points from the point guard. Great attack, but better defense. Deontay Odom really uses that 6'8", 210-pound frame really well down low there.
He's one of those guys. He's a little lanky for a big man, but he gets it done. He's athletic. He's long. He can play some good defense.
Well, Madison Miles getting a little breather right now, so he's got to be the big guy down low, but he wasn't able to get over in time there. Now it's going to be a three-point opportunity going the other way. Odom picks up the foul. Miles is another one, does his damage inside and outside, shooting just under 50% from the field. Also an effective free throw shooter, ties it back up again.
Still, team of this game has been very back and forth, real tight. No one's really been able to kind of establish a lead. We've seen Madison Miles be very dominant, but not enough so to offset the grimy defense and the tough inside buckets that Ill-a-delphia's been able to get. Both teams have just found ways to just keep scoring points and keep kind of playing tough defense. I mean, this is just a great game we've got going so far.
Alika Matson just gave Braxton Schuyler absolutely fits that entire possession. And then down on this end, it's an easy look and an easy bucket for the big man, Marcus Lofton. He's already up close to his scoring average. He's got 4 points in this game.
These last 2 minutes of the quarter of the half could be huge here. If one team can kind of even get a little bit of a cushion, kind of momentum going into the half, that could be the change they need going into the second half to maybe spark that lead that neither team has been able to get a hold of.
Oh, nice drive, but once again, the interior defense by Odom. Swatting that. And DJ sets it up. Braxton Schuyler works his way inside, got a good look, couldn't get it, but look who is there. Odom. He has been the story the last few minutes for this Queen City squad.
Absolutely. They're finding guys who can contribute. Honestly, I'm a little surprised. I kind of thought once Madison Miles stepped off the floor for Queen City that Ill-a-delphia might have a chance to take over. But they found a way to stay in the game.
Still getting a breather, and once again getting inside. This time, Braxton Schuyler. City advantage. They should get possession again once here too, if they can control the offensive rebound in case of a filling this. 3 on the way. Tough one. Won't go. And Lavelle. About attacking. He's going to hold for one here. Tyler. Couldn't get that bucket to go, but Queen City leads by 2 as we come to the halftime break in what has been a largely defensive-themed back-and-forth battle between two teams, both desperate for a win, both want to claw back toward that 500 mark, Siege.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think you nailed it on the head with it's been a defensive game. Both teams want it. They're playing really tough defense, but despite the tough defense, we've seen a lot of really tough baskets inside from both teams. For Queen City, we've seen Madison Miles, when he's been on the floor, has just been the center of the game, absolutely dominant. For Ill-a-delphia, it's been kind of a team effort. Everyone's kind of getting out in transition, getting those tough contact layups inside. Both teams just finding ways to score despite the tough defense. I think what it's really going to come down to here in the second half, if Ill-a-delphia, who we know plays great defense, can find a way to scheme around stopping Madison Miles, they're going to have a chance.
All night, putting work till it's daylight. Yeah, inspiration ain't required. I go hard in the pain even when I'm tired. 'Cause tomorrow ain't promised. I give my all, ain't nothing less. No tomorrow ain't promised. There's no tomorrow, no tomorrow. Up all night, putting work till it's daylight. Yeah, inspiration ain't required. I go hard in the pain even when I'm tired. 'Cause tomorrow ain't promised. I give my all, ain't nothing less. No tomorrow ain't promised. There's no tomorrow, no tomorrow.
Siege, if I told you before this game started that at halftime, Queen City would have gotten 13 points out of Madison Miles and 5 block shots, also coming in the game from Deontay Odom, I think you'd imagine they'd be comfortably ahead, but with that dunk right there to begin the second half, we have a tie ball game.
Yeah, and if you told me that about Madison Miles, I probably would have believed it. I know he's a pretty dominant force. He's been great. But I'm going to be honest. I know that, we know Ill-a-delphia is a defensive team. We also know them as a team that can be kind of streaky. And after their last game against Southeast, you're kind of expecting them to go on a little bit of a win streak here. I'm going to be honest. I wasn't so sure I expected this game to be as tight as it has been. But I'm glad that it is. We're getting to see some great basketball.
And Nas Hall hits a 3 right there. And Philly needs him if they're going to win this. He was just 2 for 9 in that first half. So, with right here, a steal. AJ Frost ripped away right there. Mock has it right now. And he's going to take it up and has it squad. There is number 6. Oh, we're going to have to check. Again, I don't know if the clock hit 0-0 before or after Deontay got that one, but let's pencil it in. This is block number 6 on night. Far.
That's crazy. 6 blocks. Put him on the watch for the record. He's going for a double-double with blocks.
Derek Long, the Lone Star Basketball Club, had 9 blocks in the game earlier this season. Even if you get some breathing, these little breathers on the bench, good on pace to shatter that.
Ooh, right to the rim. With the flare.
Fairly quiet night so far tonight from Sky, but his average 11 points per game is the most point shooter. So far this evening, and step back there, one good top shot, it just wouldn't land. Odin goes to work on offense to evade things. DJ's hands. Oh, right to the hoop. With a little off the rebound going. Oh, and DJ actually got the offensive board, but then he threw it away. He just continue to go back and forth, up and down the court, and at each other in a tie ball game. Shot there by Cross will go. For the knock, a little too strong there in pursuit of Sky Durant, who now heads to the line. 6'7", 170-pounder, has a bright future in front of him. Being recruited by North Carolina, the 80th ranked player in Sim World. Some subs coming in the game now. In fact, it's a hockey-style line change for Philly coming at you. 5 new players, Quan Singleton and Khalil Erickson. Erickson had nice first half minutes off the bench, getting back out there. And some changes also. Union City, Anthony Council, 16-year-old, coming off the bench out of Raleigh, North Carolina, averaging 5.8 a game out there. Johnson on the court as well.
So far in this half, it's been kind of the same story we saw in the first. I'm sure both teams made some adjustments, but they're making adjustments on the fly too, and both teams being able to stay in this game. And it looks like we're gonna see this one go down to the wire.
Well, that was a real nice little hesitation move there by Quan Singleton. You normally expect to see Singleton making an acrobatic dunk, exploding to the hoop, but there was just a little kind of fake, hezzy, just wait a second for the traffic to clear move, and he had an easy jumper and took it. Oh,
Cookies!
Try to get the interior pass, but that's broken up, and Malik Ali slides off the bench, and a nice finish there.
There's your acrobatic dunk. You called for it, you got it.
Just coming from the younger counterpart of Quan Singleton, Malik Ali, 16-year-old out of Philly. Hasn't been a heavy part of this elite rotation so far, but has contributed tonight. That's his second bucket of the game, I believe. Oh, that pass there just thrown away by Matson. Matson, another player who's come off the bench and played well overall for the elite tonight, and that defense being applied once again. This time it's DKC. Darren King Cross comes up with it, and Philly can't turn it into 2 at the other end. Oh, once again, tough interior defense. Philly has really locked things down out there for Rana. They need to start converting some of these chances.
Yeah, I believe we just got news that Run DMV knocked off Southeast Select. That's their second loss in a row after just getting beat by this Ill-a-delphia team we're seeing right here.
Well, it's definitely an upset, and there's 3 up and in. That's Khalil Erickson playing really well tonight. 5-point lead for Philly. But you're right, Siege, for Southeast. That's 2 losses on the trot for a team that has race to 1 champion aspirations. Now, of course, Run DMV, one of the more, a little bit up and down, parabolic I don't know what the word would be. All over the park. I feel like they can play well one night and beat any team in the league and struggle the next. But congrats to them on knocking off a good Southeast Select squad. All right, we'll want to remind everybody, if you're out there watching, if you're not part of the community, you need to be. Come to SimWorld. Find us on Discord. We are at discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. There is where all the conversation, controversy, and the happenings happen. And, you could be a player in this game. You could see the game and be the game. You could be a coach in this game. You maybe think you could do better than, say, Darius Simmons of Queen City might be able to do. Interested in that as well. But right now, we're getting back to action here in Optimus Park. And Siege, you think Queen City has reason to be optimistic? Going to get back in here, or is Philly's defense just too much tonight?
If I'm not mistaken, this is, if not the largest lead of the night for either team. It's tied for it. I mean, it's not an insurmountable lead at all here.
Obviously not.
Definitely still got a chance, but we'll see.
This
it does. It feels a little like Ill-a-delphia is finally kind of taking charge of the game, like we haven't seen either team be able to so far. But I mean, with the way this game's gone so far, until they get it to a little bit more comfortable of a lead, I'm definitely not comfortable saying that this game's going either way yet.
Just going to get that one to go. I still feel like Philly may regret some of these easier shots they've missed, but they are just applying defense. The scoring drought goes on for Queen City. Oh, they almost came with a phone steal right there. 2 times, and this time it does end up in the hands of Queen City. Anthony Winslow. Council is in session, folks. He finally breaks the scoring drought. Queen City, for a long time before that one. And a tough shot they forced up now. They're applying the Philly script as we're coming to the end here of the third quarter. And look at that transition, turns into buckets. Evan Higgins getting in the game, getting on the scoreboard.
That's kind of what we've been seeing all day. We thought maybe Ill-a-delphia was taking over, but Queen City's been playing great defense too, and they came back with it and went on a nice little 4-0 run here. Let's see if they can extend it.
A.J. Johnson out there. Oh, and he is going to attack. Lays it up and in off the backboard. Queen City, 6-0 run just like that. They have the lead.
Flip-flop, basket for basket. That's what this game's been so far.
Cross got real good position down there. I mean, that was a tough shot, but he just worked Sky Durant. Sky doesn't bring a lot of bulk at 170 pounds, and King Cross able to get him out of the way, but look what Durant can do right there. Durant has been working his magic close to the ring tonight. A little bit of a different offensive philosophy than what he normally does. Coach Darius Simmons with Sky Durant.
Love what I've seen from him, what I've seen from Madison Miles, Deontay Odom, obviously, and DJ, as always, has had his moments, but there's been a lot of the guys around him that have really made the difference so far. And you know what that is right there, E? You know what it is. Spring Green, another one!
Khalil Erickson. It's another for Khalil. It was a 2-point Queen City advantage at halftime. We had what amounted to a run in this game. We got up by 4. They close it, or by 5, but they close it up by a bucket, leading by 2 with 8 minutes to play. A fierce battle as one more quarter to go, and Carolina come right back for the final quarter. 2-point lead for Philly. They'd love to win a second game in a row here. Steal one on the road. Handing Southeast a 5-point defeat. Here they lead by 2, but it's Queen City ball in Norvell. John Jones going to work, and he gets it to work. 11 in the game now.
A tightly contested game. Neither team can get any kind of lead going.
Slotting back out there. Oh, nice pass inside. Madsen up, but can't get it to go in.
A lot of transition buckets this game, and there's another one.
Kevin Higgins. 4.6 points a game. 2 buckets and a close one tonight. Step back. No. It's been a tough night for Nas Hall. He is now 4 for 15.
Not his night. They can't all be your night. Luckily, his team is still in the game.
This is not just a volume shooter. Like I said, he's just about 50% on the season coming into this one. He won't be after this. You know who I think might be is Kevin Higgins.
He's having a great
8 points now, I believe, for Higgins, the 16-year-old, 6'4" range.
And, you know, Madison Miles dominated that first half, but ever since halftime, Madison Miles hasn't scored a single bucket. It's been all, you know, the supporting cast around him. Like you just mentioned, Kevin Higgins having a great game, Sky Durant having a great game, Anthony Council doing pretty good. I mean, it's been a little bit of council effort here for both teams, honestly.
Owen Miles, the Queen City front court, starting front court, back out there on the court right now. Clock winding down. John Jones just has to take one. Not a good possession there from Queen City. They could have taken a 6-point lead, would have been the biggest of the game. On the way from Philly. Oh. Could have been a big bucket for them, but let go. A clean look there, too.
Let's see if Queen City can kind of extend this lead here. It'd be the biggest lead of the game if they could get a bucket here. Madison Miles with 2 guys on him.
Their biggest advantage. Biggest advantage of either team, 6 points. Still a super tight game with 5:08 to go. Now on the floor. I want to remind everybody once again, it is a triple header Thursday here on SimWorld TV. Coming up immediately after this game, we have the post-up, and following that, a fairly bright light battle, I would say. Yacht Club and Showtime. The James brothers and Dominic Bianco. You have some star power going to be involved in the next one up following this. So definitely have to stick around for the conclusion of this one. This one's been tied all game. Let's see if Queen City can stretch things out here. But trend line in this game so far, this one's going to go down to the wire. Let's see if we can make it happen.
That's the way it seems to be going, and hey, if we're lucky, we're gonna get a down to the wire game between those 2 star-studded teams you just mentioned too. In the next one, there's a lot of talent on those rosters, kind of on the other end of the spectrum from these teams that are under 500. 2 teams that are a little more highly touted, but same thing. It could very well go down to the wire. We could see a lot of scoring in that game. A nice battle there. So we're excited to see that one.
Nas Hall gets that one to rattle in, literally. But an important bucket for Philly, and they've carved the lead down a little bit here. Getting about to the point in the game where every possession's important, and that's just too easy for Madison Miles. 17 points in the game now.
See what Ill-a-delphia's got here.
Nas Hall. That is just a pretty move.
Filet!
Nas Hall. 6'3", 17-year-old out of Brooklyn.
Love to see it. He's struggled tonight, but looks like when it's time to come up big, he's going to get a nice bucket. Another steal for Orland.
Orland Mock things, gets the steal. Now looks for the assist, but the bucket just wouldn't go down. Oh, heartbreaking moment there for Coach Dries Williams in Philly. Oh, and just lost his defender there, Braxton Schuyler, and makes the easy bucket.
A rare defensive misstep for Ill-a-delphia.
We can look at the three. Take it. DJ Frost can't hit from outside, but missed that one up. Shot clock winding down now, however. Somebody's going to have to shoot. Tough three. Once again, we'll rattle in. Second opportunity, however. Once again, Alika Matson. 6'8" out of Rhode Island. Solid contributor down low tonight. Schuyler, oh, couldn't quite connect on the oop with Miles.
Ooh, there's a mismatch inside.
Definitely is right there. Turn from Matson, and he can't get it to go. Does get his own rebound. Another opportunity here for Philly. Oh, but thrown directly into the hands of the waiting Sky Durant, excuse me.
Let's see what Queen City's got here.
Still just a 4-point game. 2 possessions separating. Really? Oh, but couldn't get the dunk to go. Wow. What a sequence of events there.
Shake but no bake.
It's good defense until the final seconds, and then came over, did enough to disrupt the attempt at the dunk, and down on this end. Little turn and score. 2-point game with 2 minutes to go here. Oh!
Wow.
Thunderous Braxton Schuyler.
Name's not Schuyler.
We deserved and hoped for in this one.
It looks like we are. Jermaine Owens with it again. He's been nice in these last couple minutes.
Oh!
Dude, that's not allowed! They gotta press charges on that one. You can't just assault a defense like that. That was 2 guys under the rim, and somebody's gotta hold him accountable for that.
Alika Matson goes 6'8", about 240. He's a load down there. Oh, I'm getting corrected on that. That was Marcus Lofton. A tidy 210. 3 here won't go. Coming up on a minute to play. Philly ball. McIntyre take the lead, and look at that pass inside. And the finish.
Here we go.
Jermaine Owens.
Here we go. Score practically 0-0. 1 minute to play.
Yep. The score wins it. He's really done on defense tonight. Sets a screen there.
Oh, he got him.
Got 2 defenders on him. Shoots over the both of them. Can't hit. But look who's there. Rebound.
Oh.
In for Odom.
Orland Mock with this stud defense there on a much bigger opponent.
Step back. There's a long 2.
Wow.
Queen City rebound. Timeout. 11.8 seconds. Timeout on the court. We're going to take a quick break too. Come back for the conclusion of this one in Optimus Park.
To make it 2-possession game, and they will.
Definitely gonna have to look elsewhere.
H. Darris Simmons calling up something on the sideline for Queen City with 11.8 to work with. Ideally, you get this down around the 4-second or so mark, get a shot up so you could possibly get an offensive rebound, put it back up in. But Siege, if you're in charge, if you got the playbook over there, who's getting the shot here? Who's going to take it? It's QCK side.
It's an interesting question because, as we've mentioned a couple of times, a lot of guys have been getting it done for Queen City tonight. My first instinct is you either want the ball in NDJ's hands. I know he hasn't had the biggest night, but he is that guy. Or you want the ball down low with Madison Miles if we can get a one-on-one in the post. He's hard to take one-on-one, so he's one thing I would like to see. Let's see what they do here.
NDJ has it. He looks like he's going to work one-on-one. Gets inside. Defense collapses on him. Heave at the buzzer won't go. We are going to overtime here on SimWorld TV. We're going to take a quick break. All locked up at 62. Extra minutes when we come back. How lucky are you? You get bonus basketball on SimWorld tonight. First overtime period, and hey, maybe it's only the first, who knows? 4 minutes, setting the jump right here, and in a game where the biggest lead has been 6, we are all tied up, getting the extra frame underway. 3, ooh. No, it does end up being the start they were looking for. Madison Miles, 19 points so far, game high 19, leading the way for his squad.
And he's got to know right now, I know he had a big first half and didn't really do quite as much second half, but this is the time for your big-time players to take over. And so he's got to know that, and it looks like he knew it there as he got that nice putback.
3 on the way, AJ Frost couldn't get that well. Queen City looking to scrape out a win here in front of their home fans, but that bucket won't go down for Dejon Jones. Shooting under 40% from the field on the year, NDJ. And actually, above that average certainly so far tonight. And here comes Madison Miles. Oh, tried to float that in there. Pass intercepted, interrupted. Miles Hall.
The number of turnovers we've seen from Ill-a-delphia, forced turnovers I should say, has been unreal. And Odom gets another one. It's a block party on Odom Street.
Number 7, Deontay Odom. Madison Miles is the scoring punch of the big man. Oh, wow. Stepped away to set that up to get the shot he wanted. It's a little unorthodox, but when it just goes through a little teardrop like that, it gets you a 4-point lead almost halfway through the overtime period. You're not unhappy. Wow. Well, I don't know if game number 2 could possibly be as good as this one has been. But
I mean, if we're lucky, it will be, because we've got a great night of basketball at that one, and then I know we got a third one coming up after that. We got NBA playoffs tonight. We got white Jesus Nikola Jokic taking the floor. So it's just a great night for basketball, and we've got a great start to it here.
It has been. It's been pretty much a team effort from Queen City. Really kind of a team effort from both teams. You know, almost everybody has found a way to contribute tonight in what has been a slugfest between two teams that kind of trademark themselves, focus their game around, their game plan around throttling you on defense. And, you know, we're not even to 70 points for either squad tonight, and we're playing overtime basketball. So,
yeah, and I think this would be a good time to bring up the old wise man's take. The first team to 69 usually wins the game. 69% of the time, it's true 100% of the time. So both teams approaching that mark, and we'll see who gets it first.
Who gets it first? Wow. Another timeout for Coach Darris Simmons. We're going to take a quick break. Almost halfway through the overtime period, Queen City, the home team, up by 2.
Playing jazz.
Playing jazz.
Smoothie.
Making smoothie.
Calendar.
No meetings today. Remember, tandläkare at 9:30.
Fire off.
Fire off.
Open door.
Door open.
Sånn. Så skal vi sette en til.
Ja. Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open. Open door.
Repeat that.
Open door.
I didn't understand that.
Hey! Open door!
Play on the floor.
Get over the floor! Open the door!
Wrong voice command. Error.
Hey there. With a rock? Open door. Open door. Higher.
Higher volume.
Higher.
Higher.
Queen City ball. Queen City advantage, but it's narrow, as it has been all game long.
They've got a chance to get to 69 here if they were to hit a 3, and that would be the dagger.
Oh! Inside attempt won't go, and the ball, I think, it stayed in. Nice dish. Nice finish as well. That is 8'8" Frost, 6'3", 16-year-old out of Brooklyn. Big bucket there. Lock that up. 3 would be big for either team right now, Steve.
A 3 would be big. That might be what could help either team pull away here, especially because a 3 would get them to exactly the magic number. And as the wise man has said multiple times that it's first team to get to 69 wins, but it's not just. You got to get exactly the number. You can't go 68 to 70 with it. But I think what either team could do to get away here, we've seen Ill-a-delphia do a lot of it. When they're down, they get turnovers, they get blocks, they get steals. We got to see someone get an open lane to the basket. I don't care if you got to get downstream for a 3. Do something you haven't been doing all game, kind of catch the defense off guard. Both teams been playing kind of conservatively on offense. And there's another block. There's another block. It's what Ill-a-delphia does. Block, steals galore. But
under a minute to play, I feel like the next team to score is going to win this game if they can do it in the next 45 seconds.
that's what I'm feeling.
Touched every part of the rim twice, but wouldn't go down.
Get a 2 for 1 here.
Yep. I thought, they're going to get a shot up quicker than that. That's really not what they wanted. There's a slight difference, about 2 seconds. Well, 3 or 3.5 between the shot clock and the game clock. So Philly setting up to run this thing down. Looks like neither team going to call timeout here. Philly's just going to call timeout. Oh, dangerous pass.
Great dish.
Look at it.
Marcus Lofton with the great cut to the basket, and Odom found him. That's beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. Someone cut to the basket. You get an open shot there relatively, and it gave Ill-a-delphia the lead here with 7 to go. How does Queen City answer that?
Everybody in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania just jumped off their couch, folks. Marcus Lofton, 6'9", 200 pound, known as a defensive force, being recruited by some top schools like Duke and Memphis. Also a smart kid being recruited by the Ivy League. Yale has actually formally offered Marcus Lofton. Well, he looked pretty sharp on that play coming over.
Some big offers.
Big offers, got a big bucket. Maybe he'll get some bigger offers.
I'm about to say he's going to have a couple more coming his way after that one.
And again, that's something that people have been crying out for a long time. And, he does lead this team, 7.8 rebounds per game. That's the 10th best figure in Sim World so far this year. And a great defensive player. Just not known as a scorer, but found him right there, and he found the bucket. 7.1 seconds to go. Plenty of time here for Queen City. Coach Darris Simmons. Plenty of weapons to choose from. Norvell DeJean Jones. 5 for 13 tonight, but he's always dangerous. Braxton Schuyler out the world. Sky Durant, I've talked about him. Team's top three-point shooter. Hasn't made one yet tonight. Wouldn't be a better time than right now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they draw up here, or if they draw anything up, or just kind of let NDJ do his thing. Which is what it looks like they're going to do.
Oh, and Norvell DeJean Jones hits the buzzer.
Oh my God.
The captain, crowd on its feet, Stage and I on ours. What an unbelievable ending to a fantastic game. 69-68, Queen City on a prayer answered by Norvell DeJean Jones. And came into this game only hitting 11 threes on the season, shooting just 39% from the field. But boy, none more clutch, none more important than that one. Sends them to 8 and 9 on the season. Steve, what did we just see?
First of all, you know what that was? That's an Irish Spring green double green to win the game. And second of all, check that out. 69. First team to 69 wins. Let's go.
69-68. Congratulations, Queen City. Stay tuned. We got the post-up up next, and then it's Yacht Club versus Showtime. Thanks for sticking around on this night, folks. Woo!
Well, what do you think you're doing? You're walking around here, you're talking all this noise, and we're all looking like, oh my God, my aunt and uncle about to get into it right now, right? And it's like, she said, you over there snapping your fingers. Who you think you is? Thanos? And my uncle looked back and he says, no, but I am Iron Man. And she said, man, without your pills, you're nothing but melted plastic man. Oh, hey, wait, post up. Welcome to the post up. I hope y'all didn't hear too much of that story. Um, I am Maestro. The anchor's so nice they named me twice. Not really. And I'm joined tonight by my dude, the guy who he loved me so much. He went down with me when I said my aunt Deborah looks just like a taller version of George Mikan, Big Bob the Critic. How you doing there, man?
First off, I don't think I've ever went down on you at all. But anyways, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I love it. We're starting early. And speaking of which, that last game was just mean. Right down last minute 3, we got to the magic numbers. Speaking of going down, 69. Did I say that slow enough? I hope not. So here we go, Big Bob. Talk some truth into the night, my man, on that game, because I have some feelings about what I just saw, my man. Walk us through the fam.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great game overall. To be honest, I'll start with this. I feel bad for Ill-a-delphia a little bit. I feel like they gave the game away. They took a lot of
Yep.
really, really bad shots in the fourth and in that overtime. I just felt like there were plenty of opportunities for them to put this game away, and it just never came. But then my guy from last year, I ride with him being the best pure point guard in all of Sim World hoops, Norvell Dejon Jones. He finally,
Mhm.
I'm hoping he finally got his marquee moment this year where maybe he's going to turn it around because he has not been the guy that any of us expected. Well, I'll say that I expected him to be coming into the season, but maybe hitting a game-winning 3 with no time left is just the start of what we're going to see the rest of the year.
Yeah, you never know what's gonna turn around and give them that confidence, right? You never know what's gonna be that moment, what's gonna be that one little thing. Sometimes it's a big play like that, sometimes it's a small play that happens, right? But to
Yeah.
see that moment at that particular point at the part of the game, 7.1 seconds left, making it count right at the buzzer or right before the buzzer. I know some people wanna be extra laden on us there, but, it was see that happen. Very, very good move, and I'm with you on the game being given away. And I don't mean it in the negative way. I guess it kind of doesn't come across any other way, right? But the idea of at one point, I think I heard everybody yell out, "Get a 2 for 1, get a 2 for 1, get a 2 for 1." Now, granted, that did not come back to haunt as much as we thought it might, but the reality of it was what? The idea is what? You want to give yourself more chances at the bucket than your opponent. And oh, by the way, at the very end of regulation, I saw 2 passes down into the paint that we actually did not see Ill-a-delphia capitalize on. In one particular case, not ready for the shot, not ready to go, having to turn around and pass the ball out. In another case, getting the ball down in the paint, unguarded, but not realizing that and dribbling out. And,
Yeah.
you have to have awareness. You have to feel your leverage. You have to know where the guy who's supposed to be guarding you is and know what you need to do to move them to the spot where you need to move them to so you can take advantage of it. And so I'm absolutely with you on that. You know what? Take it to another level for us, Bob. So we see this case of a fourth place team against a last place team. And we all know the records don't mean anything. Both are sub 500, 7-9 versus 5-10 at the start of the night. Obviously, that's different now. So, again, any given night, you know what can happen, right?
Yeah.
Do you see a game like this? Because a lot of our games are within what I call the two possession rule, and that is any game within 10 points. It means two possessions go your way or don't go your way. They're going to make the difference in what you're able to do. So, in a game like this, do do you feel this is hyper typical of our mid-range teams, the teams between 2, 3, and 4, and our last place teams, or is this a case of just bad matchups across the table?
No, I think that honestly, I feel like across the board, this is a pretty even team. I think it's typical whenever you see these middle of the road, lower. I don't want to call them cellar dwellers because they're not. That's a bad term. They're not that bad. I think this is just
Right.
normal what we see whenever when you put two okay-ish, subpar-ish teams against each other. They just
Yeah.
kind of beat each other up. I will say that the defense from Ill-a-delphia tonight, it's the defense that I expected, only because if you had seen them in the preseason, man, they were a bunch of dogs. They were fighting. Uh, they were beating people up. I'm pretty sure that they were biting people before the Heartland Zombie Stars fans. Um, but but no, I mean, I think this is typical whenever you have two mid-ranges teams on the court against each other. And again, I think talent-wise, I feel like they're pretty even. I know that Ill-a-delphia is 5-11, but I do feel like that they could easily be a 500 team. It's
Yeah.
just when they went through a coaching change during the season. That's never good. I mean, when you have a coach who's just kind of not really caring in the beginning of the year, you're going to have
Right.
some hiccups. But
Right.
then they brought in Coach Dries Williams, and he's doing a great job coaching the kids up. Obviously, if we would have had this game played a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, we probably would have said Queen City Kings is going to blow them out. We weren't going to say this is going to be an overtime game that Ill-a-delphia loses on a 3 that they were leading by 2 with 7 seconds left.
7 seconds up. Absolutely right. And you know what? I want you to hold that theme here as we hit our next topic here about the pickup, right? So early tonight, the North and Heartland, two last place teams, 3-11, 5-11, felt like a pickup game a little bit, right? 77-49. You know,
Hmm.
untypical of a Simworld Hoops game. This was definitely lopsided. I mean, the North barely got to the score that City University of New York got in their national championship win in 1943. But yet and still, it is, I like you feel like even though those are two last place teams, we know 3-11 and 5-11 aren't always the same something in 11s, right? And it shows you. I look at the divisions and you see Heartland even at 5-11 to match what you just said. They're not a typical 5-11 team, and I think that's what gives us that spread of 28 points, right? So that's not your typical thing. But let's flash forward here. We had a 2-on-2 matchup in a pickup game, 69-64. DMV takes on Southeast Select. So when you start seeing these close matchups, right, and they come across like basically a kind of a pick'em game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you in that you can look at the matchups and say, well, this will be this or that will be that. But there's a lot more to it, and I'm glad you said what you said about the coaching. So talk about the coaching between those four teams specifically, about what do we see those teams doing to sort of up their stock as they're trying to move forward. And hopefully one day the North will have a coach. So I guess 3 of the 4 teams.
I mean, for me, the North, their biggest issue has been, I would say, for at least a season and a half, their coach has just kind of let their players ride and do whatever they want. There's a reason that Tyson Simpson is not with the North anymore. And I think it has a lot to do with the engagement that came from their coach and the players and putting them game plans together. They have good players. They have Marcus Leifat. They have Alex Rodriguez. Enzo Wolf, I think, is a decent player. And I just think that they need a Dries Williams. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that the North can turn it around. I think they're kind of, and I hate to say that, but I think we're getting to the point in the year where it's going to be really hard to come back from a 3-11 with how many hardships they've had and how many blowouts. I mean, like you said, 28 points, I believe it was, a 28-point blowout tonight. But then you look at the Heartland Zombie Stars, and I want to say, and I'm just going to be a little cheesy here, I mean, they have a lot of heart, and I don't see that with the North.
I see what you did there.
But they just, I mean, the Heartland Zombie Stars, they just picked up a big pickup. It was a couple weeks ago. Hardwick, I think he's going to be a really good player. They needed some kind of presence along with Ren Luzi. Brian Webb has not been the guy that I expected him to be. I thought he would be a 20-point averager, and he's only averaging 14.8 right now. But I think that they have a good, solid base. They have a good coach in Skinny Washington. They got a lot of good young guys. Renzo O'Brien, I think, is. I mean, someone's going to tell me to marry him eventually, but that's illegal. He's still got. I got 2 more years before he's 18. But anyways, so Renzo O'Brien, he has
Moved to Arkansas.
Yeah. Utah. He'll be his sister wife. I don't know.
There you go.
But I think he has a lot of heart. He has a lot of good leadership. I think he's one of the, if not the best leader in all of SimWorld Hoops. And as long as he's on the court, as long as he is on that team, I think that they're going to have a chance again. I know what I said about the North. They're 3-11, no chance for them. But Heartland Zombie Stars at 5-11. I think there's a chance for them to really make it up and make a splash in the race to 1 if they are able to make it up.
Saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance.
That's all we need to hear. So, as we look ahead tonight, the very next game coming up in the second game in our triple header, the Yacht Club versus Showtime, 7-7 versus 8-6. Who you got and why? What's going on?
Oh, this one is. I didn't expect. I know I talk a big game when it comes to Showtime about how overrated I feel like they are, but I never expected them to actually play bad. It's like my relationship with LeBron. I hate LeBron. I don't hate him. I get annoyed hearing about him, and that's how it is with Showtime. I get annoyed hearing about them. The fact that they're 8-6 kind of blows my mind. They're not an 8-6 team.
Absolutely not.
So the fact that they're 8-6, if we compare their 8-6 to the Yacht Club 7-7, the difficult thing is it's the same for both teams. They're not 500 or barely above 500 teams. These are both teams that could easily be double-digit wins, blowing everybody out. There's so much talent on both these teams. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to flip a coin, make this. I'm just kidding. I'm going with the Yacht Club. Screw Showtime.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's funny.
Kidding. Not screw Showtime. I'm just kidding.
We know. And I'm with you. I was actually going to go with Yacht Club as well myself. Real quick,
no, I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off, but just I want to say the addition of Adam Max has been absolutely ridiculous for this Yacht Club team.
Yes.
And I feel like this is a team that could come back and win their division.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree with you. And as we get ready to head onto our next game, don't forget to check out all our great podcasts we got going on during the week. Blazing Takes, the Marsh Pod, and my favorite, the only number one podcast for the last 378 years, Around the Table with E-Lava, the boys, and the Fat Man, my fun-sized boo, the guy I'm rapping with right now. So there we go. And if you listen, join the team. If you think you got the game, you want to be a player, come on. If you think you got the brain and you want to lead a team, come on, be a coach. Get us at discord.gg//SimWorld NBA. A lot of great things going on, a lot of great things getting moving forward. So as we take 2 minutes here, if we got that, I'm going to ask you to talk about the call. That is the first time you got that word that you were going to be in the starting lineup. What did it feel like? When was it? What did it feel like?
So I think it was. The feeling went away really quick. It was my sophomore year of high school. I don't think it was going to be. And no, there's a bunch of injuries. I never played football before in my life. They told me I was going to play. They told me I was going to start. We had a bunch of injuries. And 2 days before the game, I was messing around in film room or in film study. And I got kicked out of film study and told that I wasn't playing in the game anymore.
So you really were a hit it and quit it guy.
Yeah, I mean, I had an interesting sports career. I was suspended for 2 or 4 games. My junior year, I was the starter, but I suspended for a couple of games. Senior year, I got taken out of the starting lineup so that I got in trouble, got taken out of the starting lineup, and I came in one play after the first game of every game, or after the first play of every game, just so they could say I didn't start. And then I got kicked off the track team.
I got you. No problem. Look, that's my fun size boo. That's why we call him that. All right, stay tuned for the very next game coming up, the Yacht Club and Showtime. And don't forget, do what you got to do to do what you kind of did.
Mm.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second game of our triple hit here on SimWorld TV on this fine Thursday night. For our second game we got the Yacht Club versus Showtime here at the Brick Hill Palm Center. And I'm joined in the booth by the one, the only LOB. How are you doing today, my guy?
Oh man, like when I seen this one on my calendar, first off, I'm happy to have you here. But when I seen this one on the calendar, I was like, yeah, I definitely got to be at this one. It's definitely one of the biggest games in SimWorld, and I'm excited to see how this one finishes off.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a showdown as Showtime wins the tip. Brownie will bring it down. Opening possession here.
It's quite interesting to see how both of these offenses are ran between. Oh, what shot there. Nice shot there by Bryce James. But it's quite interesting to see how both of these offenses are going to be ran against each other tonight. So I'm excited to see how that one's going to come.
Oh, absolutely. And LA seems pretty active early with that cut by Bryce James for the jumper on the right wing there. We've got Trey Willis, top right wing, holding it. Adam Max up top. And he's working on Corey Yams. Max, no good. And man, if he adds that to his arsenal, I don't know what to do about that guy.
Yeah, definitely. Once he gets a jumper on him, especially with his presence on the inside, I feel like Giannis, once he started getting his jumper, it made him more of an even more dynamic player. And I feel like that's the same way here with Max.
Absolutely, as Moss takes a three, no good off of iron. Rebound Willis as he brings it down for the fast break.
Interesting. That's interesting to note here that we do have some changes here in the starting lineup for Showtime. I noticed before the game there were some changes made. So we'll see how those changes affect how they play in tonight's game.
Lasker puts it up and in and over Bryce James, and that Nick Moss start is surely interesting over Israel Vines.
Honestly, it threw me for a loop whenever I seen it. I was like, Nick Moss starting in tonight's matchup. I'm not saying that he's a bad player or anything. It just threw me when I see him in the lineup. So we'll see how he does tonight.
Absolutely. I'm not going to judge them because the coach knows his personnel well as Bronny James puts it in from the mid-range.
Nice shot there by Bronny James, doing what he does best, getting to his spot and getting the shot up.
Here we are again, offense for the Yacht Club. Jay Laster top of the key, Bryce James on him.
That's great defense.
Awesome. Bryce stays in front, Laster inside. No good.
Great defensive possession. He had that thing on lock. Great defensive possession there.
Absolutely interesting to see Corey Yams bring the ball up. This Bronny James, man, what a drive inside there.
Great move on the crossover and a finish by Bronny James.
Man, that was that was quite the move there as Bianco brings it up on the left wing. Screen by Max. Laster moving to the middle. Laster driving, floating it up, and in.
Nice. They would use a screen and get straight to the cup and take a nice little 2-foot jumper there.
And it seems to be an active offensive game for both teams early as Moss ticks iron there on the jumper.
It's not really the, I don't know about that shot there. It's not really the, best shot early in the shot clock. I would have, waited to see if there was a better one, but...
Absolutely, as Lester puts it up and out, but I agree there. It didn't seem like a shot that was in rhythm. Possibly needed to use more shot clock there.
Yeah,
as a rejection by Max.
Ooh, what a block.
And again!
Another. Oh my goodness, what a rejection.
Bianco breaks it down after those 2 blocks by Max. Showtime able to stop the fast break.
This Bronny matchup is quite interesting to say the least, honestly. I wonder how Bronny's going to be able to combat this one.
Jay Laster, tough mid-range shot, and he's taken a few tough shots tonight. That one going in from the right wing there.
Definitely trying to take the charge here early. Good passing inside.
Yeah, crazy outlet, but Bronny James is unable to finish on the inside as Max dishes it to Laster. He's on the inside. Spin move, another shot. Just off.
I'm not mad at it. He definitely, I feel like he definitely has his number called out on Bryce James. Some of these shots he's been hitting, but some of the shots he hasn't. But it's interesting to see that they're attacking Bryce on the defensive end early on here.
Indeed it is, as Tyshawn Eason picks up his first foul. And we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll return to the action in just a moment. And here we are back to the action here in Brick Hill, Florida. 6-6 tied, 3:47 left in the first. Bronny James gears up to take these 2 free throws.
Talk about a kid like Bronny James, definitely a household name in SimWorld's TV, recently just committed to the University of Southern California and known to be one of the top players here in SimWorld TV. His long-lasting success, could partially be because of, his father would happen to be said LeBron James. But I feel like he's definitely not only, taking that, putting it on his shoulder, but he's allowed that to, drive his game and push his own narrative about who Bronny James is, not just the son of LeBron James. And we get to see that every single night on the floor.
Absolutely. And I mean, just being the son of a polarizing star like LeBron James, that's got to bring a lot of heat your way. And I think he's taking it head on and doing it the right way by just sticking to his game and just performing well, I think.
Not only that, he's just being a silent leader, you know what I mean? He doesn't have to be, fully vocal. You don't have to always be vocal to be a leader, but, he's being a silent leader, showing it out there on the court as the reason why he is, not only one of the main players in the league, but just being one of those top guys for his team, being a leader, and that's exactly what they need.
Absolutely, he is, and it shows through his calm demeanor and quick subs here. Poked out of bounds by Showtime.
Definitely an interesting substitution there with Guzman coming in the game.
Michael Guzman entering there. There's Garrett Hart out on the perimeter, 2 on the clock. Quick jumper. No good. Bronny James bringing it down right wing. Try to kick out right back to him. Screen by Bryce. Bronny inside. Easy, man. TYC's pick and roll defense non-existent there. An easy drive by Bronny.
And the brother-to-brother connection off the screen is alive and well here. LeBron James.
Sure is. Lobias Bianco puts it up and in over, I believe, Bronny James on the foul there.
Yeah,
Bianco
he looks
with and
concerned
one.
about that call.
And quite honestly, I'm looking for Bianco to have a really big game tonight. The last game, he didn't play too well. He put up 4 for 13, still affected the game in other areas, notching 3 rebounds and 5 assists. But I'm looking for him to make a big impact tonight.
And he's definitely one of those players that you want to watch for this Yacht Club team, being one of the key components to the success to TYC. He's one of those players where, like, if he's having an off night, it's not going to help your team win games. So Bianco definitely needs to have a huge bounce back game here as they're looking to put the pressure on early here. But Bianco's definitely got to have a big game here in order for them to have a chance of winning this one.
And I would say that Lasker and Bianco are absolutely the engine of this TYC team. And if both are rolling, then they could do anything they please.
I mean, great defense
there. Wow.
They are putting the pressure on early, and early on, it's working for them. I mean, they're only down 3, but defensive pressure like that definitely carries on later into the game. Just watch how it affects this Showtime basketball team over the course of this game.
Oh, yeah, nice defensive adjustments here by TYC. 3 by Vines, nothing but air, and Yams the rebound and puts it up and in. I think we can call that a pass.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pass for sure. He didn't mean to shoot that one. We'll put that down in the record books as a pass in the stat list.
Not quite sure that'll show up on the stat sheet, but you know what? I guess I'll keep it up.
They could count it as an assist. You never know.
Oh, Trey Willis, nasty one-handed floater.
Beautiful there by Trey Willis, using his body and his size to get up a nice looking floater up there as the shot's no good by Showtime again.
Yes, and Letterman just missing the wide open 3 top of the key. Seemed like a no-brainer to put up and in. Here's Garrett Hart driving and rejected. Oh my goodness, and that was Jackson McLean there on the rejection out of Buena Park.
That was clean. That was all ball. That was nice. That was a nice block there. To be honest with you, it was nice.
Yeah. As soon as I saw him, I knew how that was going to end.
It only can end one way, It only can end one way.
Absolutely. Garrett Hart, he had a nice drive, but it's not enough to put it over the big McLean there. As Trey Willis Up and out. Nice defense there by Ethan Letterman.
I want to see what Showtime's got here on this possession here to try to see if they can extend this lead here.
So far, it's Juka Gee as he passes it off to Letterman. Sets a screen. Letterman driving. Puts it in.
That's nice. That's a nice move. Little man get into the bucket, getting a nice easy layup to go. It's little man with a good heart and a grown man move there for sure.
And it's been a great back and forth so far. LOB as Bianco puts it up and out. But the PNR defense for TYC seemed to come along for the ride as yams it inside.
Nah, I was gonna say the same thing, but you stole it right out of my mouth. He yammed it on the inside. Great, tough finish. What an exclamation point on the dunk.
It's a very befitting surname for sure there. Bianco, top of the key, working on Juka Gee, drives inside, puts it up and in. Dominic Bianco can be that guy inside and on the perimeter. He's capable of some highlight dunks. We've seen plenty of those this year.
Definitely have, and he's one of those guys. Like I said, you got to get him going early and often in this game.
Great pass inside to Israel. Finds there to put it up and in. And Bianco bringing that down again. Possibly gaining some steam here after that quick bucket on the inside. But LO, TYC's PNR defense seemed to come along for the ride. But Showtime's getting some easy drives as the first quarter comes to a close here. 20-13 lead for Showtime. And we'll be right back.
Adjustments that they make.
And here we are with the second quarter here in Brick Hill, Florida. Showtime holds a 20-13 lead over the Yacht Club here in their home arena. And LOB, TYC showing some strength there to end the quarter, but the deficit remains. Seems only Jay Laster and Bianco come along for the ride as TYC's bench has yet to score.
And I feel like that's one of the biggest things here. You definitely have to rely on your bench to have some sort of production in order to have a successful team. And you see this all the time in the NBA playoffs, right? Teams that go far, not only they have their star power, their firepower, but they've got guys coming off the bench and being able to produce heavily. Great block there. But you've got guys coming off the bench and they're able to produce heavily in order to win games. And that's exactly what the Yacht Club hasn't been doing so far, but that's what they need to start doing in order to have an opportunity to win this game.
Absolutely. It's very important to have from a roster top to bottom of players that can play and bring it every night. As we see a near platoon swap here for TYC. Dominic Bianco, the only player remaining on the floor. Up top.
There goes
Maynard
Max.
Johnson blocked. Jackson McLean again on the rejection.
And we haven't heard much from Max here this game so far. I wonder how he's going to turn it up here. But going up against a guy like Corey Yams, I know that matchup. A lot of people have been itching to look at that one for sure. Great defense there.
As Dominic Bianco brings it down. Tough matchup, you said, between Max and Yams. Max has a height advantage, but that's not all. As Max puts it up and it out.
You know, people. Everybody knows the story of the I can't even remember the name of the story right now. I'm talking about the dude who got hit with the rock. You know, just because you're the bigger guy, that doesn't mean, you know, it'll always come out successful. David and Goliath, that's what it was.
The one.
I thought, yes, that's the one.
I was blanking out too, and that's one of the most common stories.
I was just on a blank, but my point being that just because you're the bigger guy in this situation doesn't mean that you'll always come out successful. There's more things to it. Your footwork, the way you present yourself, you know. And I feel like Yams has been doing a better job of doing that in this game than Max.
I just can't get over the dude that got hit with the rock. That is quite a way of summarizing that folktale.
And I'm not saying that Yams is no Goliath, all right? But the dude that got hit with the rock, you know what I mean?
Wow. Man.
Great shot there by Tamir Johnson on the inside.
I cannot believe these games are free to watch. As Showtime take the time out.
We're giving out the goods here. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, absolutely. As Showtime is keeping a 7-point lead here over TYC. Hello, B, why do you think that is?
Well, one thing I feel like Showtime is doing, they're doing a great job of playing basketball at their pace, right? Bronny has gotten off and early. They've been doing a great job defensively shutting down Adam Max, who I feel like is one of the key points to the success of the Yacht Club. You know, once he's not going, it's like not having Bianco going. It's hard for them to win games. Whenever you have the third best rebounder on your team not producing, it's not going to help you win games. So I feel like they've been doing a good job, as you mentioned before, second chance points. They do that by limiting Mac. Offensively, they got Bronny James going. They got a nice pick and roll going. And that's exactly one of the main reasons why they've had the lead to this point. If they continue to play like this, who knows what this score will be at the end of it.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, TYC seems like they're, like, starting to pick it up in the intensity. I'm not knocking them there, but they're missing some easy shots, taking some tougher ones than they need to be. We'll see how they adjust here after this timeout.
You just got to be a little bit more patient with their offense. And once they get the offense going, it's going to be hard to stop them. This game could get ugly really quick, or we could start to see some blossom here from the Yacht Club.
It's all very, very dependent on Yacht Club's defense here. Wide open lane. Max recovers. Gets the block.
Oh, my goodness.
Still Showtime ball by Adam Max, showing some of that defensive intensity that we were just discussing.
It was great pass on the inside by Bronny, but what a way to recover on the defensive end and get the block from Adam Max.
And partially, I think that was a fumble on the part of Mark Chisholm. He didn't seem to pass that well. Moss takes a jumper off back iron. We got Bianco bringing it up in the fast break. He's guarded by Bronny James, puts it up. Now Bianco gets his own board. I believe that's 4 boards already for Dominic Bianco.
At the guard position, 4 boards. That's absolutely,
especially at his size. His last puts it up and out. Moss for 3 finally knocks one down, extends the Showtime lead to 10 as TYC just cannot knock down a shot. They cannot buy a bucket to save their lives here, LOB.
I don't know who did it. Someone did it before the game, but the lid is just screwed on shots tight for them, and they can't get it off right now. I don't know who did it. Someone needs to have a stern talking to, but they got to get that lid off their basket in order to put the basket in the bucket.
As Adam Max tries to force the action, gets the foul call on Jackson McLean there. That's his first. And Max will be heading to the line.
Now I don't know who was watching the post up, but they mentioned the call and what it's like to get that call whenever you're about to step up in that starting position, and mentioning earlier that Showtime has made some adjustments here. I feel like the people who are getting called up now, right? They're in a bigger role, they're in a bigger position, and I feel like now, what I'm saying, with the more responsibility that they have, they got to step up. You in the starting lineup now. You playing with the big dogs. You ain't coming off the bench no more. You gotta read faster. You gotta react faster. And I feel like that's one of the big things, right? Being able to fill in those gaps and fill in those roles and step up whenever you're called upon. I feel like that's big for Showtime.
Absolutely. It's important to take advantage of the role that you're given, especially off the bench as a starter. I'm sure Moss has a lot of pressure on his shoulders tonight as he takes a step back three. That was questionable shot selection there by Nick Moss.
I'm not sure about that shot selection there. I won't even say probably. That's definitely one he wants to have back here. I think the nerves are starting to get to him a little bit. He just got to relax and do what he's done best, play basketball.
Absolutely, and that's one of the sins of basketball, taking a completely errant shot.
There it is.
As he makes that one, makes up for it.
Okay, Nick, I see
him getting the easy fast break bucket on the other end, though. That's inexcusable.
All right, Mr. Moss, I see you with the three.
Seems he's a little streaky here, LOB.
He's on and off for sure, but as someone who's known Moss for quite some time, he's one of those guys that when he gets going, he definitely gets going. You just got to give him some time.
Absolutely, I can believe it as Moss takes another 3 foot on the line. It'll be a 2, but Nick Moss starting to heat up here.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The train is, it's clicking a little bit for him right now. So just watch out.
The locomotive's churning in this Laster. Man, TYC cannot buy a basket. All these shots just hard off, back iron side, just nothing dropping. It's pestering Bronny James on the inside, gets the block. Quick fast break here for Laster. He's covered by Jackson McLean.
And there's a mismatch. Yacht Club needs to exploit this mismatch with Max and Bronny down low. I think that's what they're about to do.
It seems Bianco will take the pick and roll, go up and out. As Bronny James caught for the foul, that's his second, and Bianco will be heading to the line to shoot 2.
That's one of those things you have to notice that early. As you're coming down the court, you got to notice that early on in the shot clock. Hey, he just got blocked by Bronny. They're running down defensively. Hey, now we got a mismatch. So let's get into our set. Let's get it down there.
All right, and we're gonna take a break. And we're gonna take a quick break here before these 2 free throws. Be right back. And here we are back in the second quarter, 2:42 remaining as Bianco missed the first free throw. Putting up the second, and he splits him.
Oh, and here we go.
Special light show happening here. You see the pink hue on the court on the player jerseys. I'm digging it.
Look, and this is when you start seeing the Yacht Club start turning up here. You know, they get the lights going, they get the energy flowing. It's about to be a party for the Yacht Club. They need to take this as an opportunity to start getting it going.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that Rick Blaze is somewhere having the time of his life as Bianco puts it up and out.
He has to be, because if he's not, there's a problem going on with the universe if he's not having the time of his life right now.
And Bryce James, tough shot to contest by Hart, not enough. Just Trey Willis bringing it down for Yacht Club. Screen set. Willis inside, fouled by Jackson McQueen. That's his second.
And they're starting to get to the line more here in the second quarter, you start to notice. But one glaring fact that we have seen throughout the first and second half of this game is that Showtime basketball is winning the rebounding game here. That's big, right? When you bring over a guy like Adam Max, and like I said, he's not producing, and you see that it's a 21-10 difference in the rebounding for Showtime, that's exactly why they have this lead. Look no further to the rebounding. That's the big thing, is Yam comes back in too.
That's a massive part of the game, rebounding. Especially offensive boards, you know, those second chance points are life or death. As Trey Willis made the first free throw, he's gearing up for a second. Up and in. And lead cut down to 13 for Showtime.
Still keeping this full court pressure early on here.
And an easy gimme, that slam by Bronny James. No defense to speak of there by Yacht Club.
Yeah, the full court pressure, it works in some cases, but you have to be careful of the people that are streaking. I remember back when I used to play, we always had, you know, we had our trap sequences, but you can't leave people running like that free down the lane.
Like that, Trey Willis with a dunk inside. Lead back down to 13. Let's see if Showtime can extend it before the end of the second with 1:20 remaining.
Okay, we gotta you anything you could do, I could do better here. Okay, I see what's going on.
Absolutely, it'll be interesting to see what Showtime does here. Side, Chisholm working on him, putting it up and out. And great ball movement here.
That's crazy, because even though they didn't take up the shot, moved 6 passes that entire possession. That was
ooh, Bianco, tough turnaround midi. Timely bucket there from Dominic Bianco with the second quarter waning.
Needed that one.
Absolutely did, as wild pass from Nick Moss somehow makes it into the hands of Mark Chisholm, and a jump ball is called.
And now we start to see that defensive intensity turning up. They're double teaming about every single person here as the lights are finally fixed again. Well, not fixed, but lights are back to normal. But
and it seems the Miami party lights have served their purpose here, LFB.
Definitely. You now see the intensity that they're bringing here on the floor.
And Bianco puts that out. And leads 11. Moss bringing it up here for Showtime. Bronny James covered by Dominic Bianco, top of the key. There's a 2-second shot clock difference here. Mr. Bronny dribbling it out at the top. Quick screen from his brother Bryce. Jumper Bronny. No good. 2 seconds remaining. No shots taken, and that'll be the half. Showtime. 36-25. And LOB, what did you see in that first half from Yacht Club that has them down?
Well, one, like I said, Max hasn't been able to get it going. They're not doing a good job rebounding, especially on the defensive end. They're allowing too many second chance points, and that's allowing Showtime to get more buckets. If I'm getting 3-4 possessions out of a shot, at least one of them's got to go in, right? As far as Showtime, they're doing exactly what they need to do. They're executing their game plan. They're getting to the basket, getting easy shots. Bronny has been doing this thing, and there's been a huge contribution from the kid who got pulled up to the starting position in this one, Nick Moss. He's had a couple of threes knocked down. That's been big for them. And we'll see how that translates into the second half of this game.
Great out there, LOB. Nick Moss playing great, starting here for Showtime, 36-25 at the half. And we will be back for third quarter action here in Brick Hill, Florida. Here we are in the third quarter. Showtime basketball 36-25, 11-point lead for Showtime. As we have a battle between the number 2 and 3 of the respective divisions, Tropic and Pacific Rim, LOB.
Man, I don't know. I know what to say, but I don't know if they can hear me. But first off, Showtime doing an excellent job here of, running their offense, playing at their pace. And the Bronny James Masterclass, I know you guys haven't gotten the book yet, but the Bronny James Masterclass has been in full effect tonight. I mean, the way that he's been able to score the bucket at will off of screens, get into the rack, making off-ball movement, shows you why he's such a complete player. But as far as the Yacht Club, they need to do a better job of rebounding. In that first half, there was only a few threes taken, which it could be largely credited to the defense of Showtime with another poke there by Bronny, or it could be accredited to the game plan. They just haven't been taking that many threes, so it could go either way. But the Yacht Club really needs to, get it going again here in the second half.
And I agree with you, LOB. Just a throwaway possession there by Yacht Club on the other end of the floor. Adam Max almost bailed them out, but got stripped last second. Bronny James 2 on the clock. Shot. Out. That would have been a heartbreaker.
But you start to notice once again, even though the shot didn't go in, you notice how many chances they had to take shots on that possession alone. They're getting offensive rebounds, which is huge.
Yeah. And another part of this deficit for TYC as Bryce James slams it on the fast break.
It was
the lead to 13.
It was Showtime earlier for Bronny, and now it's Showtime now for Bryce. That was great defense turning into great offense.
And I think another thing to do with this deficit, TYC has attempted only a single three in tonight's game besides Taishan Islam's launch a few possessions prior. That's 0 for 2.
It's just they haven't game planned. It just seems like it's not in their game plan. They seem to be trying to press it inside, which hasn't been working out for them. But maybe they need to switch up their game plan because the three can be open if they're guarding that too. But
I mean, TYC just getting carved apart on defense here, showing just little to no motion on offense either. You gotta wonder what's going through their head right now. The head of Coach Laster. And that's out of bounds for Showtime. And during this dead ball, we're going to go to our reporter Yells on the sideline. Yells, what do you got for us?
Hey, I just had a moment to talk to interim head coach Hamilton from Showtime. And he was telling me that he's really impressed with what he's seen in the first half and so far in the second half defensively. He said, people like to look at Bronny James's offensive playmaking, which is totally there, but he's had him matched up against Jay Laster. He's moved him and he's guarded Dominic Bianco, and we've even seen him matched up with Adam Max getting stripped. So he said between him and Corey Yams' defense on the inside, he thinks that's had a major impact, and he's really happy with the effort from the team in general. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Yells, for the silent report. That's a great assessment there by Hamilton. Hamilton cannot be sad at all with how his team has played tonight. They've come out just on target, on mission. It's like two professionals. TYC still scuffling to score.
They came in with a game plan. They came in with a mindset, and they have executed it to the highest level so far in this game. And you start to see it. It starts with Bronny. It trickles over to Bryce here. You see it on the inside with the Yams, and even Moss, who is starting his first game, has gotten into the mix. Oh my goodness.
Bronny James just pouring it on here. And you think the Trey Willis shot was going to stop the bleeding, but Bronny just comes right back at it.
He's gotta be. He's just toying. He's gotta be. He's gotta
be feeling like that guy out there as he gets the block.
Oh my. Look, I'm going to try to say this as calm as I can. Look, the Bronny James Masterclass, okay? The book will be
dropping for Bronny James.
The book will be coming out soon for the Bronny James Masterclass. Trust and believe you're going to want to read it if you want to play just like this, because this man is on a mission tonight.
Man, this is quite the performance as Rizzo Davis right so puts it up and in, but man, I don't know how you quell them. I don't know how you quell the overall force that Bronny's being right now as he throws a quick dime to Jackson McLean on the inside.
He's all over the court. He's all over the floor right now. He's dunking it. He's pulling threes. He's all over the court. It's physically impossible, but you're watching him do it live.
Man, as Jay Lasser just kicks iron there, Bronny James is seeing red as Bryce goes inside and skies with a slam. Showtime just tearing them apart on the inside.
This is a massacre. This is a massacre of the highest rankings right now. I don't know what to say. I genuinely am shocked, confused, perplexed. And I'm surprised that Showtime's taking the timeout right now, but
Coach Hamilton making sure his squad stays on mission here. Man, we just saw a Bronny James explosion there. I don't even know what to say at this point.
That was absolutely huge, Moon. And I gotta say this, for the people who are watching, there are a lot of people out there that think that they can go up against a guy like Bronny. But if you really think that you could guard Bronny James, he's having an absolute tear. But if you think you could come in here and step up to him, then you have a great opportunity to do so. Join the Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldTV. If you got the skills, come be a player. If you got the brains, come be a coach. We're looking for people at all positions to be a part of this great organization, this great league, and you have the chance to be a part of all of that. Like I said, discord.gg/SimWorldTV. I'll see you in there soon. See the game, be the game.
Absolutely, indeed, and the more the merrier. We're always looking for players and coaches alike. As we return to play here from the Showtime timeout, a few subs on the board. I believe Bronny James being checked out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Bronny definitely deserved a break after the way that he just played.
I'm not so sure it's a break. They might be using a fire extinguisher on him, man. He's absolutely just on fire tonight.
Oh no, yeah, no, they're taking him to the lab as we speak to sample for what he's got in him, other than that dog, because as of right now,
man, you stole the words right out of my mouth. As Jermichael Guzman called for the foul,
and I do want to mention that this is one of those things where it's not only the fact that Bronny James is playing like Bronny James, but as I mentioned before, it has now trickled down and transferred essentially this energy and this level of play that he's playing with. That's why he's ranked as the top player in SimWorld, because not only is he able to produce day in and day out, right, but he's able to take that energy, take that drive, and it's able to be transferred to the rest of his team. He makes his teammates better. He's playing like his dad, and not to compare him to his dad, but that's how he's playing, like a complete basketball player that he is. And it's so great to see how it transfers.
Quite honestly, he's doing his best Jimmy Buckets impression, just scoring at will, playmaking at will, playing hard, scrappy defense, just slamming it inside with. Man, I don't even know what to say. This is a crazy performance from Bronny James here.
But it's not like it's anything that's out of the ordinary. This is just what he does, Like, a lot of people might be sitting here. This might be your first time watching a Bronny James game, and it's like, oh, and what a block there by Yams. But it's like, oh wow, he's having a great night. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is what he does. This is regular. This is a regular night for him.
He is that guy indeed. As the Yacht Club tries to find any inkling of momentum they can, Garrett Hart, tough shot on the inside. It's not going to come that way. Contested shots on the inside, not going to work out, especially if Yams is on the other end of that.
It won't. And look, I don't mean to promo, but I just got word that the books, the Bronny James Masterclass books, have officially went up as of him going to the bench. You guys can go purchase yours, because the way that he's been playing, I already got my copy, so you might as well get yours as soon as you can before they sell out. So,
oh yeah, that's sure to be a bestseller for sure. We have a live update. Lone Star Basketball Club has beat Beast of the East in their game tonight. Quick update there as the rise and slam.
That was
from, I believe that was DeMarco Graham.
That was a huge dunk there, but back to what you were saying earlier, that was a huge game there for the Lone Star basketball clubs.
Indeed,
and I definitely feel like
good.
that was a needed win for them, but
indeed it was, and that's the end of the third quarter. We'll be right back with the fourth in just a moment. And here we are back in the fourth in Brick Hill, Florida, the Palm Center. Showtime bringing it in, and LOB coming into this game. TYC desperately wanted to win, having lost 3 of their last 5. They're sitting at 7-7, 500, and they're gonna drop below that tonight.
well, it's honestly what you just said. It's just like you didn't really expect this to happen, but you know, Bronny just absolutely did his thing. But I'm not just gonna keep harping on Bronny James, even though he's having a wonderful night. It's been a full team collective unit. Bryce James has been doing his thing. Yams has been doing his thing on the inside. The benches came in and produced the way that they're supposed to. Nick Moss has been having a nice night tonight in his first ever start. So you got to give it to this entire Showtime basketball team for just playing a complete brand of basketball.
Absolutely, and you see there DeMarco Graham finally buying a bucket for the Yacht Club. And I agree, LOB, this has been a team success up and down. Only one guy scoreless on the roster, being Draco Whitford, as Nick Moss puts it up and in.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, once he gets a bucket, you might as well start dragging the fat lady in, because once he gets a bucket, it's that might be it right there.
And Adam Max a little too late there with that jumper. Ethan Letterman puts it in.
Great pass inside there by Moss to see Ethan Letterman cutting and break down the full court press for the lay.
And now I believe that's 5 or 6 assists for Moss there, as Adam Max hesitates to put up the easy lay, and it's not looking good for Yacht Club on any level right now.
I don't know what it is, and I've been watching him for the majority of this game. The way that he's playing, it just seems timid in a sense. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's just he's not playing as aggressive as I expected him to. He had 2 turnovers, and that wasn't even on a big. That was against Bronny. Bronny forced those turnovers, but like it's just one of the things where it looks like he's playing timid, like he's not himself out there at all. It's just, I don't know what it is.
Like the biggest guy on the floor, you would assume that he would come out with an uber aggressive mindset, given his size, clear advantage over everyone, as he finally puts one in on the other end. Finally, TYC stops the transitional bleeding.
Yes, that's one of the most underlying factors. Beautiful find and a beautiful finish, but you mentioned it before. That's been one of the most underlying factors. This fast break, this quick transition offense that Showtime has produced, and there it is again on the inside. Oh my goodness.
Man. DeMarco Graham called for the foul there. The slam by Jackson McLean, who's just done it all tonight on the defensive and rebounding side as Bronny James re-enters the game.
And that's just... I am... How did Stephen A. Smith put it? I am ran amok, led astray, and flat out deceived at the performance that we're seeing from the Yacht Club.
That was his reaction to KP, yes?
That's my reaction to this game. That's all I gotta say. I'm not sure what it is, what they need to do to regroup and bounce back in this one, but it's not pretty, and that's putting it lightly. It's not pretty.
Now that almost was right there as Trey Willis puts it up and out.
That would have been the prettiest thing tonight, but it just hasn't been a pretty game.
Max driving in, laying and finishing, and one. Jackson McLean called for his third. And Adam Max finally showing a little bit of aggression.
You know, I like the fight. I do. I like the fight, but I don't know if he's paid attention to the clock. It's already the fourth quarter with 4:51 left. So I do like the fight though, but definitely needed something like this earlier on in the game.
Absolutely, and you see the quick adjustment there by Coach McLean Hamilton to put Corey Ames right back in the game after, I believe, Jackson McLean, yes, picked up his third foul. Nick Moss, step back three. Ooh, that would have been the dagger right there.
Yeah, he was definitely filling in on that one. I would have loved to see him knock that one down, but just a little bit too much on it.
Again, the drive on Corey Ames, Trey Willis, nice finish. And it seems like they're finally running that high PNR, but a little too late. Nice steal by Laster. Quick behind the back move, lob inside to Max. Goodness. Finally, some motion here from the Yacht Club.
180 slam off the alley-oop. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I see it.
Jay Laster playing with an injection of energy. Didn't stop running as Nick Moss just runs down and lays it in.
That transition offense that Showtime has time and time again has been pressing the issue with in this game it's too strong for them right now. The Yacht Club doesn't have an answer for it. Maybe it's because they're in their full court press, but they're leaving too many gaps and holes for them to have easy transition buckets.
I would say the pace is definitely favoring Showtime here. Just able to run down with ease, put it up. Trey Willis, tough free rebound. Max puts it up and in. Adam Max with a few baskets here.
It's a 16-point game now, okay? It's a 16-point game. Anything can happen here in the sim world.
I've seen crazy things. I've seen crazier things happen. I've seen T-Mac just work wonders on the court here. Situations similar to this.
Yeah. Oh, and
Nick Moss, quick touch alley.
How did he see that? I mean, James. We're up here. We're chilling up here. But how did he see that between two? Those are pretty big guys. I'm gonna say that at least. That was a great pass.
That playmaking ability ever expanding. Just saw him at the corner of his eye, threw it up, and honestly, great control by Moss there around the rim to put it up and in.
Yeah.
Yonko, tough finish on Bronny James. We got Brownie bringing it up here on Bianco. 2:30 left here in the fourth. 16-point lead for Showtime. Quick timeout here. All right, and we're gonna take a quick break here. We got 2:27 left here in the fourth in Brick Hill, Florida. And here we are back in the fourth, 2:27 remaining. LOB, who is your player of the game?
Now, I'm starting to look. I'm starting to realize there are a good amount of options here, right? I could go with the easy pick. What a great slam there. I could go with the easy pick. And a lot of people might bash me for this one, but I'm gonna give it to the new starter. I'm gonna give it to Moss. I feel like he came in right, and he stepped up in a big way. You know, I feel like early on he wasn't getting it to go, but I feel like as he continued to play with this game, with this being his first game started, he really came in. He stepped up. He did what he needed to do. He did what the coaches asked of him, and I feel like Bronny, you know, someone who came in and did his thing. Obviously, Bronny can't do it alone. I feel like Nick Moss was that guy who really stepped up. So I would have to give it to Mr. Moss.
And speaking of which, knocks down a 3. But for my player of the game, I gotta go Bronny James. Come on, he took over the game in a single quarter, just put it out of reach. As Yacht Club putting together a little run here.
He did. Bronny did do it offensively and defensively. If we can give out 2, if I could talk to production and give it out 2, those would be the 2 that I definitely would give it out to. But you're definitely right about that. Bronny did single-handedly take over this game in a single quarter. But someone who, you know, freshly came off the bench and was called up to the starting lineup. You know, I actually had a talk with him quite recently. I think you were there too, and he said that, you know, his main focus going into this game was just to go out there and kill, and I feel like that's exactly what he did tonight. You know, he started off a little shaky, but he told us that his game plan was to come in and kill, and I feel like that's what he did tonight. So all around a great game from Moss.
Yeah, Tyshawn Easton draws the contact inside, goes to the line. Yeah, Nick Moss, I think he really has his fingerprints all over this game. Came out with a few errant possessions, crazy shots, and passes a little too high, but that didn't. He was not discouraged in any form or factor. He just came out and continued to play his game. He listened to his teammates, and coach trusted him. He didn't immediately pull him after those shots. He said, "Young man, I got faith in you." And guess what? Showtime is up 15 here in the fourth.
Yeah, you know what they say about faith in the Bible. If you got faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. Coach gave him a little bit of faith. He said, "I trust you. Look, I trust you. I trust what you got going on, son. Hey, son, I trust you. Go out there and do your thing. All right." All I'm saying is, right, Nick Moss looking like the dude with the rock out there. You know what I mean? He's going out there and slinging a rock. You know what I mean? He did his thing tonight. So,
and I think it's safe to say that David's definitely beat Goliath here, aka the dude with the rock.
Shout out to all the dudes with the rocks out there. All right, love y'all.
And the dude with the rock right now puts it off iron. Tamir Johnson on that shot.
Well, I definitely have to stay moved. I enjoyed my time in Florida. It's been great. I've had a great time here in Florida, calling this game with you. Had a lot of fun. Seen a lot of great basketball, threw a lot of rocks around. What did you think?
It was quite fun. Awesome weather, amazing basketball. You know, it was just the whole package, to be quite honest, as this game comes to a close. Into the fourth here, Showtime taking the win 75 to Yacht Club's 58. And coming up next for a SimWorld triple header, LOB.
Well, coming up after this, we will have the post up, followed by our third triple header in this game, where Oceana will be taking on, I believe it'll be quite a tough match. It'll be quite a tough matchup against H-Town Hooper. So I'm excited to see that one.
Absolutely, indeed, and we are out.
guy starts walking up. This guy starts walking up to the judge, and he's like,
Right.
Your Honor, I can guarantee you, I can prove to you that this video is going to prove that I did not rob that KFC. And we're like, what is this guy talking about? And then
But
so
the
we looked
KFC.
around and we said, what's he talking about? So he says, see, I'm showing. So he pulls out his phone. They weren't supposed to have. Shows everybody video, and but then it shows him pulling the gun out in the Sally's, taking the money out the thing. So we said,
Oh.
well, what about the Sally's? And he says, oh, I wasn't talking about the Sally's. Oh, I'm sorry, we're back. Hey, wait, the
Whoa.
post up number 2. Dang. I hope he's still got off. Speaking of 69. Anyway,
Right.
I am Maestro, joined for the post up. The anchor's so nice they named me thrice. And I'm joined by special guest LOB. What you feeling tonight, fam? What you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Just got back from an amazing game here, and I honestly thought he was gonna come in with the LO Gasman beat, but I guess you saving that for another time. But like, I was waiting on that one.
Oh, come on. Look, I like to ease into it. I got it right here in big glass. I don't want to hit him with that right away.
Right.
Because
I got you.
sometimes we want to make something wait, and sometimes when you get a floor show, you just want to make sure that people don't see the good stuff to the end.
Right.
Like in this game tonight, I totally had Yacht Club, and they came out tonight, and yeah, not really. So, LOB, drop some knowledge on us, fam. Why was I so wrong tonight when I picked the Yacht Club?
I'll say this first off, right? You were right about one thing. They came out, right? You got to have at least 5 people on the floor, so they came out, right? I'm gonna say that. All right, they came out, but
facts.
The way that they were playing, right? I feel like there was a couple of guys out there that went out there and did their thing. Bianco being one of them, but I wanted to see more from Adam Max, and I felt like I just didn't see that, right? Being one of the key rebounders for that team, they just wasn't able to successfully rebound, right? Showtime was able to get a lot of second chance points. Bronny did his thing tonight, and I feel like there was a lot of other guys out there that stepped up that not a lot of people, maybe expected to step up, but they did. And I feel like that was the key thing in them getting this win. Guys like Nick Moss, guys like Bryce James, guys like Yams on the inside who had Max on lockdown for most of the night, So I just feel like it was a complete team effort. Showtime definitely showed up to play team basketball. That was big.
Good call. And oh, by the way, LOB, I got to tell you something. Straight up fact on the knowledge with that second chance points. I mean, you can shift a game. You can shift a game with offensive rebounds and turn those into points. That you basically just got 4 points on a play because you kept the ball, you kept the possession, which means you denied possession on the other side, and you got 2 points out of it, which means you kept the other team from getting 2 points. And if you take over a game at the right points now, at the right time within the game of being able to get offensive rebounds. Now, in the total of the game, Yacht Club had more offensive rebounds, but guess what? They did not convert them into points. That's going to hurt you every single time. You're absolutely right. That's a great eye by you. So now let's play this forward.
Right.
Yacht Club was number 2. Not all number 2s are the same. I know that because at my age, I'm just happy to get one sometimes. And Showtime being a number 3, not all number 3s are the same. Trust me, I know that too. At my age, you wills one day too.
I ain't never had number 3, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, it's coming. Trust me, it's coming. And trust me, those pills don't work. So.
Oh man.
Okay. So now what? Okay. So in the overall sense of the game, because we've talked about the parity, right? We've talked about the balance between this division, teams that are 500 that aren't all exactly the same, even though they have the same record, et cetera, right? So Showtime holding up what they did tonight, the way they came about and did their business tonight, right? On top of Yacht Club.
Right.
What does that bode for you as you project this game out through the season? Or do you think you can? Do you think it was just a matchup issue?
I feel like, when you look at both teams respectively, right? I feel like there are, right, like you said, not all 13-0 teams are the same. Not all 500 teams are the same, right?
Right.
But when you look at this Showtime basketball team, I heard it was mentioned earlier, right? That this Showtime basketball team, 8-6, well, now 9-6, right? They are a 9-6 team that I do not feel like is 9-6. You know what I'm saying? I feel
Mhm.
like earlier on in the season there was just it was some mishaps. It was just some things that weren't clicking, right? But
Right.
once you start to put those pieces together, they started moving things around. We noticed Nick Moss got the start tonight, so the coaching and the game plan, right? They're trying to switch things around. They're trying to figure out what works. You got a lot of talent on the team. Now you got to figure out where to put it at, right? So, and
Absolutely.
I feel like that's big, right? They're figuring out their niche, who fits where, who does what, right? And I feel like the Yacht Club in that sort of same position, right? They're 7-7, they're 500. Well, excuse me, now 7-8, right? But it's just
Right.
about finding which players go in which spot. So it's one of those things where you can kind of have your prediction on where they're going to go as far as the season, but it's also
Yeah.
one of those things where like things change. It's basketball, right? Anything can happen at any moment. So it's one of those things where things can really change. So you have to pay attention to, right, who you got out here, what's the set, who's on the floor, who's doing this, who's doing that, who's available, who's not
Right.
available. So, and I
And
feel
oh,
like
by the
that's one of
way,
those things.
not only who's working, but when they are working. That's very important
Right.
too. So talking about when, here we go. 1-on-1. We had the fight for last place early with North and Heartland. We had the battle of the twos, and trust me, I have those all the time at this age. The battle of
Yo,
the twos, and now we got the battle of the ones. 1-on-1. LBC versus Beast. Okay, so we have a 13-3, number one in their division. We have a 12-4, number one in their division. Two strong teams. A lot of people have argued, and I will not speak for one person in particular who made a point of saying that there's one particular team that he does not feel is representative of their record the same way we feel about Showtime. This particular person who shall remain nameless, Blaze, feels that way about another
mm,
one of these number one teams. Uh,
right.
who you got? What you thinking about? What you looking at? What you feel about this one-on-one matchup?
I feel like a lot of people expected it, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people were excited for it. And I feel like hearing about it and watching a little bit of it, I feel like it was one of those things where like it could have went either way, right? I feel like
Mhm.
right when you have a number one versus a number one matchup, it's big, right? Everybody's here to see you can't have two number ones. It's number one for a reason, you know what I mean? So it's big to see how each number one battles up against each other, right? When you're considered to be the best in your space and they're considered to be the best in their space. Well, then let's come together and let's see who's really the best. I love the competition, right? Like I said, I feel like it could have went either way, but
Right.
LBC did what they needed to do to get the win, and I feel like that's a huge confidence booster, right? Because not only when you play in teams and you win and that's confidence, but I'm beating another number one, right?
Exactly.
Make you feel like the top dog. But not only that, you now got a chip on your shoulder because you number one and everybody's coming for that spot. So you not only do you have to be confident in the success that you've produced, but you also now have to be alert and aware for what's coming next.
Always have a target on your back when you're number one, and you always want that. Pressure busts pipes, but it also makes diamonds. So
Mm.
here we go. By the way, if you think you got what it takes to do it, come on and join us in the SimWorld Hoops universe. You know what to do. Discord.gg// SimWorld
Yeah,
NBA.
yeah, yeah.
You can always check out our three great podcasts, Blaze and Takes, by Rick Blaze, the March Pod, and the number one podcast in the entire known universe and in Marvel, Around the Table with Elava, the voice, and the Fat
The
Man, my fun size
voice.
boo. He's my dude. He's my dude.
That's your
So here we
guy.
go. So let's go and talk about it. One last time. Here we go. See the game, be the game, baby. So let's talk about see the game, be the game with some other thing. 3 or 4. When you get dressed up, when you go out and do what you do, I'm gonna go old school. You want a 3-button or 4-button suit? What you like?
Mm, that's a good one.
He probably
That's honestly a good one. That's honestly a good
he
one.
probably he probably just
Most
said,
of
"What's a suit?"
look, look. I'm a young person, right? For like our generation, we rock turtlenecks a lot. But me, I'm going 3. I'm going 3. I feel like 3 is, I feel like look, you go 3, you get the one in the middle, right? And
Yeah.
then like you kind of let the bottom hang. If you want to let the top hang, you can. But I typically go 3.
I got you. I got you. Oh, we have a special voice coming in here. James Harden's #1 fan here. Come on, Yells. Tell us what you like.
And now I'm about to walk. Now I'm about to walk out the show. That's disrespectful to a whole nation of people to call me James Harden fan.
Hey, what's wrong with being a James Harden fan? Come on now.
Everything. In the words, I think of somebody from 300 or whatever with the accent. Everything. Yeah.
Everything. There you go. So, okay, come on. All right, Yells, come on, tell us what you got. 3 or 4 button, baby. Talk to me.
Yeah, I had to chime in because I just find this funny. I have a long list of suits that's sitting there, and I really want to get my LL on. I haven't done it, but I go no buttons because why button that thing up and why wear a shirt with it at all? You throw the blazer on, a couple of necklaces, you wear the suit, no shirt, man, and you go have a seat at a fine dining restaurant and say, hey, I have a blazer on. I can step in. No buttons.
I like that.
That's all I'm saying.
I like that style. I like where you're going with it.
Who you going with? But who you going with?
It don't matter. If you have a suit on and no shirt, you good to go. Something to work out.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what. Okay. So here's the deal. So here's the deal for me.
I'm out of here. Yeah, good show, guys.
I got. Yes, appreciate you going on, and don't worry, I'll send my money in for the James Harden fan club later. Here we go. Me. I'm tall. I'm 6'6". I like the way the 4 buttons kind of roll down my chest. I am lucky enough to be. Well, 6'6" is short for my family, but I also have like a upper body and a V build. So I just think that sort of adds to that, kind of bronzes my shoulders a little bit, kind of like tames down on my waist. I'm 6'6". My waist size is still 32. So, I'm kind of able to rock that a little bit. So, that's what I like.
So you're saying you need it. You're saying you need it. Is that what I mean?
Yeah, well, there you go.
You need it because you're tall, right?
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was about to say something else to LOB Gas Man, but LO Gas Man B, but that's all right. He saved it at the end. So we appreciate you guys for checking us out. Let us know what you want to hear on the post up, and let us know what you want to hear coming up. LOB, loved having you with us here tonight, my dude. So
it was an honor.
I'm gonna give everybody some advice that you're gonna need to know. All right, now don't you tell me I didn't help you out. The next time you rob a Goodwill, do not wear a non-see-through bag on your head. Because if you wear a see-through bag,
that makes sense.
They got you.
That makes sense. I got you. That makes sense. Makes sense.
Good afternoon, good night. Good morning here. We're in Sydney, Australia, the Opera House of Hoops for the final game of our triple header. Marsh joined in the booth after far too long by Rick. Rick, it is so good to see you. How are you doing today?
Hey man, it's good to be here. I'm glad to be with you, Marsh. But I am a little nervous coming to this game. I'm a little bit nervous. I made this trip all the way to Sydney, and I don't want to blow out. I don't want an ugly game, but the way the game I just saw, I don't know. I'm nervous.
Well, I'm glad that that's what you said. I was afraid you were going to say something real ignorant, so I'm good with that approach.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, well, I know it's coming. I just didn't know if it was going to be 30 seconds into this one. As we've got Oceana and H-Town Hoopers. Oceana has been playing Rick, some good basketball despite losing their last game. They had one up until that point, 5 of 6, so make it 5 of 7 for Oceana, trying to pull out of the abyss that has been the start to this season. What's been going right for them most recently this season?
Well, not much.
You're not going to give them any credit for the last 5 wins.
No, wait, hold, Marsh. I'm gonna get my feet warm. Now, look, let me say this first about I love Sydney. Let me say this first about Sydney.
Hold the phone. Powerful. Aaron Payne coming in there. Just have to recognize that one real quick. But continue, please.
First of all, I love the city. I love Sydney. I came here with my wine, with my Merlot, and they didn't say a goddamn gonna thing about me bringing my wine in. So I appreciate that because I was preparing. Good block party. I was preparing for the worst, so I brought my wine with me, and these fine folks let me in with my wine. And so I have to give a shout out to Sydney. And give a shout out to Oceana as being a great host. At least if you don't win a lot of games, at least you can do is be a great host. And I love Oceana for that. And but Richard Hennessy, fresh off a Player of the Week, that's one of the biggest components for why they have been playing really good basketball lately. So Richard Hennessy, got to give him some props. He's been balling lately.
He has indeed. You mentioned Player of the Week, more than 20 points per game last week. In 2 emphatic wins for Oceana, averaging 10 points, 8.3 rebounds on the year. He's a top 10 rebounder. The main focal point of this offense, though, tends to be, until most recently, Cole Webb. 16.3 points per game, 54th ranked player in the season, though he does it on less than efficient shooting, 43.8 from the floor. In your opinion, does Oceana have the type of pieces necessary to turn this little winning streak or success into more than that?
I think so. It's SimWorld. Anything can happen. I think if they can get Joe King going a little bit, they recently got Latrell Mitchell. They can get him going. They got some pieces that they signed recently that can make them a decent squad. Now let's not get crazy. They're not gonna be a world beater this season. That's a big 3. They're not world beaters this season, but they can compete.
And meanwhile, speaking of world beaters and competing, H-Town Hoopers have been one of the most consistent teams in SimWorld Hoops. The block there on the attempted layup from Martin Genov. What has been the key to the flip this season for H-Town Hoopers from a quite destitute organization a season ago to a team now that has not lost consecutive games all year?
Talent. They got talent up and down the roster this year. You got, guys who can. We were just talking about them in the Discord earlier. You got guys like Vince Magic, who's I think is a very good point guard, who's relegated or who's taking a secondary role or sharing a role because the team has so much talent. From the front court to Aaron Payne, to Carter, to Magic. They just got a lot of talent on their team.
Tyrell Thompson gets 2 to go. He's second on the team in scoring, 11.8, and you mentioned Carter. He's their leading scorer at 13.4, and it's been a approach for H-Town where they don't have the one guy that goes out and drops a whole bunch of points on you. But they got a lot of guys that can do a lot of good things. Aaron Payne, we've seen him get going, 8.3 points as he's inside there. He'll kick it out to Genov. Genov averaging 9.8. Vincent Magic at 9.1 has 2 more emphatic points for Aaron Payne. It's a very deep starting 5 that can take over any one of them at any given time. but for the most part, they are very diverse in their approach until it really needs to matter, and then one of them tends to take off from there.
Yeah, and then they got the bench players. You got Cam coming off the bench who can light it up. You got a bunch of guys off the bench and come up back. You got even Rashad Johnson, who doesn't get much playing time, is a solid player. So from 1 to 10, they have a bunch of solid players on their team who's capable of putting in solid minutes and being a good service score for their team.
Pull up 3 there won't fall. That's Carter. He's made 26 of his 3-pointers, a team high on the year. And there's Webb trying to go to work. Kick inside. 3:30. We're past the midway point. That layup won't fall. H-Town Hoopers on top 10-7. We're in Sydney, Australia. Appreciate you joining us for the third game of our triple header night. Kicked off in dramatic fashion with a shocking first team to actually 69, as Siege likes to point out. And of course, the second game of our triple header, a little bit more determined, though. You know, I've spoken about Yacht Club. Rick, love to get your take, not necessarily on the most recent game, but just in general. I don't think anyone, though, would have been surprised by the recent game. Showtime is an inconsistent, but certainly one of the better teams in similar groups. Beating Yacht Club should not have been a totally shocking outcome.
Yeah, and again, like you said on your pod earlier today, teams are going to win, teams are going to lose. But I do look at the way you win or lose. No, I did have Showtime winning. I don't believe in Yacht Club as much as some others do, like yourself. I think their strength is speed, and once you take that away or isolate that or slow that down, and I think they lose their strength. So I think their strength is not strong enough to sustain against all teams. And Showtime made them play their speed today, which is not what Yacht Club wanted to do. So, but again, I don't like the way you lost. You can lose a game, that's fine. You can have an off night. But you at home, and you down, at one point you down with maybe 20 or close to 20 points. Yo, that can't happen, bro. That says a lot. That's so. Let's go back to the drawing board type of situation.
Trell Mitchell with 2 points there. I'll clarify one thing on Yacht Club. I'm not one to believe that they're a runaway favorite, a team that's going to have the best record in the second half of the season. Is it possible? Sure, I don't think it's likely. But what I've always maintained is another 3 falls. That evens this thing up here late in the first quarter, that the Yacht Club is a team you don't want to see in the playoffs because they have the pieces. There's a foul call here on Whitlock that's going to send Tyrell Thompson to the line. They have the pieces to be able to pull off an upset at the end of the season. They come in as a 5 seed, as a 6 seed. It's a dangerous team, and that's the extent to which I would be concerned with them as a title team, not necessarily as a favorite everyone plays.
And I agree with that. As a 5-6 seed, that's not someone you want to pull as a top seed in your first round matchup. You don't want to see them in your first round. I agree.
First free throw falls here for Thompson. Is Oceana sticking around here? You want to talk about, we got 3 quarters to go, 3+, but you want to talk about good wins and losses so far. Oceana hanging with the top dogs. And Oceana, on this stretch, they have not really been tested to the point that you would say this is the win you point to prove as, or to serve as the proof for them making a tournament, right? This is a team, like we said, they've won 5 of 7, but their lone good win in that stretch would be Gotham 5, who, of course, plenty of changes, the firing of head coach Tim Velarde as part of the end of a 4-game losing streak. This is really the first test for Oceana against a full-staffed, legitimate title contender against H-Town.
Yeah. You know what? And shout out to Oceana early on in the game, but they're hanging with them, man. And that's all I wanted to see was a competitive game. As I drink my wine, things start to look a little bit blurry. I'm glad they have these big drastic colors from orange to white, so that I can see what's going on, what I need to see, while I'm at sea at Oceana. You feel me?
I see what you're saying.
There you go.
14-12 early on. Speaking about seeing, I am not sipping any wine, but I'll ask my partner in the booth here for any assistance on the Oceana uniforms. The white and the light blue for a colorblind person does not equal a very easily identifiable jersey number. So any wrong names called out, I do apologize ahead of time. Not intentional, certainly. I think I've proven myself to be a fan of Oceana, so if I'm calling out the wrong name, I do apologize ahead of time. But not going to call the wrong name with Tyrell Thompson, who continues to have an efficient first quarter, 2 more, putting the H-Town Hoopers up by 2 here, under 20 seconds to play.
Yeah, Marsh, don't look my way for the name help. I told you, I can't really see here out at sea.
You'll be calling out names that I don't think anyone wants to hear, but a three-pointer in the corner gives Oceana the lead late, and barring a heave, which is predictably going to come after the buzzer, Oceana will end the first quarter up 17-16 at home over the H-Town Hoopers here in Australia. Welcome back to Sydney, Australia. Oceana holding on to a 1-point lead through the first 8 minutes despite 12 points from Tyrell Thompson, already up above his season average of 11.8 thanks to a 3-for-3 first quarter from deep for Oceana, 1 apiece from Travion Abbas, the second, Latrell Mitchell, and Jackson Whitlock helping, including the final one coming late in the quarter with just 1.9 seconds to play, giving Oceana that 1-point edge. H-Town 14 of their 16 points coming in the paint. This one's tipped away. Oceana on the break.
Is it me, Marsh? Is it the Merlot, or is Oceana actually up 1 point at the start of the second quarter?
Are they actually at 1 point?
They're actually up 1 point.
And this is it, man. We talked about it. This is a team that's coming together. They've come together at the right time, won 5 of 7. This is the test. We mentioned it in the first quarter. This is the first test for Oceana, and thus far, they appear to be passing.
Yep. And you know, I'm not the type to and one trick. Tell the announcer to say trick instead of that. Tell the announcer to say and one trick.
You want to establish that as the new
why
vernacular?
Not? We out at sea.
What does being at sea and the word trick have to do with one another?
I don't know, Marsh. You tell me.
I'm not the one that said it. You are.
Well, I'm sure there's tricks at sea. Never mind.
By that knowledge, the only place you should use the term trick is at a joke store.
I know a few tricks at sea.
I know a few tricks at the club. I mean, we're not saying trick everywhere we go.
But we're not at the club. We're at sea right now.
We've had far too many Merlots. Foul called here on Conwell. It's going to head to Kim
I am
Jones.
feeling good. I am feeling good sir.
You don't say. You don't say.
Marsh,
free
it's
throws
always
coming here
good.
for Cam Jones.
It's always good to see you, Marsh. It's always good to be here with you. I have a good time. It's always good. Hold on a second. Let me put up my cup.
Take your time. You take your time over there, Rick. Time is not of the essence when you are around. Second free throw coming here for Cam Jones, coming off the bench. 6.6 points per game for the Houston native. Texas, one of the few teams that, or rather H-Town, one of the few teams that truly stocks their roster from almost entirely the same state. Only 2 players outside of the state of Texas on the roster. Luis Adowu out of Chicago and Argentina, the Russian. Lay-in falls there. That's going to be 2 more. Is that Joe King? That's not Joe King. Is that Hennessy there? Hennessy for 2.
Don't ask me, Marsh.
I'm not.
You know I don't know.
These are questions to the void.
If his name is Hennessy, I know I can have Merlot.
Adowu with 2 points on the floater. Just gonna let that one go. Hennessy up top.
Hennessy down bottom too.
Driving into the paint and an emphatic 2-handed slam, crossing up Aaron Payne. Giovanni Conmel for 2.
Okay, you say top 10 nominee. Oh, that's top 10 nominee right there for sure.
Without question, here's a 3-point attempt. That won't fall. That is Cam Jones. Rebound headed the opposite direction for Oceana. Trying to get transition opportunities going. Inside to Hennessy, size advantage.
This is crazy.
A shocking decision by Hennessy there to fade away despite being guarded by a much smaller Adowu. Having almost 100 pounds on him, 275 pounds, 7-foot Richard Hennessy decides not to back down. 6'3", 192-pounded Adowu.
It sounds really lopsided when you say it like that,
Marshall. That was the point. Quite lopsided physical matchup right there. Mid-ranger falls. Oceana now the largest lead of the game at 6. But back into the paint, unable to cut into it is Jones. Offensive board will fall for Aaron Payne. And the H-Town Hoopers offense has certainly stagnated or hasn't been nearly as efficient without Tyrell Thompson on the floor. But that'll be an Oceana timeout. 4:42 to play here in the second quarter. We're gonna, for those of you that are new to the world or would like to join, feel free to join us on SimWorld Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. Come join the fun that clearly Rick is having, but join us in Discord, whether you rather be a player, a coach, down the line, any other thing that you could possibly imagine within the basketball universe. Join the fun and start building on something that's going a lot of places here at SimWorld and SimWorld Hoops Season 2.
Whether you're at,
go ahead.
Whether you're at land or at sea, we will take it.
Let's get
Come on, join the
party. Can we get a counter for a number of sea puns that Rick has made thus far and will make down the line? Can we get IT on that?
Let's do when I say you have to determine whether I'm saying SEE, SEA, or the letter C.
All right. Well, you know what? I will entertain you, Rick. Let's do it.
Yes. You're on.
I just want a recording of that little yes you just gave, and I just want to be able to drop that in as a GIF, but the audio version of it whenever I need it. Just a nice little. I'm not even going to try to replicate it. That's just all I want. So let's get IT actually on that one. Let me get a recording of that, please. 4:38 to play here in the first half. Oceana up 4, led by as many as 6 just moments ago before a bucket by Payne cut into that. Screen roll opportunity inside there to Hennessy. Hennessy again turns down a shot with his offensive board and putback. Hennessy now 2 consecutive possessions. He's had a smaller defender on him and failed to take him to the rack, but no need to not there as he powers in the offensive board.
I don't know, Marsh. Maybe it's just me, but I thought when the season Hennessy looked a little more flabbier than he does right now. He looks a little more in shape, so maybe he need to work. He looked a little Larry Holmish early in the season, but now he looks like he's ready for some basketball, and it shows. You know, he's in shape, and the team is better for it.
Well, for a 16-year-old, as he decides to go after Aaron Payne with great success. So Hennessy's offensive approach against guards is to fade away. It's against big men to go to the rack as he gets 2 more, and this leads back to 6.
Hey, like I always say, man, anything's possible.
You know, you're not the only one that says that, but sure. Here's
I
Payne
always
up
say
top.
I didn't say I was the only one to say it.
Fair enough. You got me there. Got me on a technicality. Pull Webb up top. Slowly get all these names right here for Oceana. Webb clears himself out. 3-point attempt. That won't fall. First miss from deep for Oceana of the game. After nailing all 3 of theirs in the first, yet still up 6 here. H-Town offense has certainly struggled without Tyrell, though Vincent Magic gets 2 there.
Best layup package in the game right there, Vince Magic.
The best layup package of this.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's where he has the best layup. He has the best layup package. He has Kyrie Irving type layup package.
Who's your top 3 layup packages?
Layup packages? Vince Magic. I will go with Bonari has a good layup package. Bonari has a good layup package. And for third, Ronnie.
Ronnie's layup package is as much of a dunk package as it is anything else.
Yeah.
Vincent Magic pulls up for the 3.
Well, really, it's a dunk, but he gets small and then he just turns into a layup. But he's going up for a dunk.
Right. The only reason it's not a dunk is because somebody gets in the way. Webb drives, corner 3, that falls. And that is Mitchell. Latrell Mitchell extends the lead to 9. Oceana, a statement first half here. 1:43 to play in the opening half, and they're up 9. This is their largest lead of the game.
Hey,
And
I
we
don't
have
know
still
if
yet to see
H-Town-
Tyrell Thompson.
Look, I don't know if H-Town is seasick or not, but they on the verge of this game getting out of hand in a way I didn't think it was going to get out of hand. They may need a timeout to regroup themselves because they don't see what I see right now.
All right, that's going to be the first one was EA, second 2 were EE, and then EE.
My man.
Tyrell Thompson checks back in.
The game within the game. My man.
Carter up top. Try to get a screen. Here comes Thompson downhill. 2 more. Thompson promptly returns to the court, quickly gets his first bucket of the frame. He missed the first nearly 7 minutes. And in that time, the Hoopers fell down by as many as 9. He's got 14 now. But again, just the first appearance he's had.
I'm going to reckon to say Tyrell probably won't miss. He probably shouldn't miss any more minutes for the second half for sure.
Shocking he missed as much as he did. Mitchell gets a deep 2 to go. Turns the lead to 9. Up top to Thompson. Swings it over. Carter on the wing. Screen here from Matthews. Pull up from 3. 2 men on him. Rebound to Matthews. Corner 3. That won't fall. Paul Webb gets the offensive or the defensive board. Chance to hold for relatively the last shot here. Deep 3. He won't take it. Wants it. Won't fall. Rebound to Matthews.
That's a bad shot.
See if H-Town decides they don't want the last shot. Tyrell Thompson can't get it to go.
This is bad basketball. Somebody should hold for the last shot. You got to dog it.
They'll get it here, and it's a contested 3 that will fall. Jackson Whitlock buries the 3 at the buzzer, in Oceana. A dominant first half, up 40-28 here in Sydney over division-leading H-Town Hoopers. Rick, a shocking first half. We didn't see a lot of Tyrell Thompson in the second quarter after he was very dominant in the first. What's the key for H-Town down 12 here?
First of all, I need a drink. I'm going to fill back up my cup. I don't know what's going on with H-Town. I think they need the shots not falling, but forget that. I got to give credit to Oceana right now, who's bringing it to them. There's no fear. There's no intrepidation. They got some hometown cooking. and they are not deterred or flattered by H-Town coming into this game, and I don't know why.
And the shooting from deep has certainly been efficient. Jackson Whitlock's got a couple. Latrell Mitchell's hit a couple. And frankly, on the other side of the court, H-Town has been unable to get those going, shooting just 41% from the floor. Coming back second half after this. Welcome back to Sydney, Australia, second half. Oceania taking on H-Town Hoopers, and Oceania a phenomenal first half, capped by Jackson Whitlock's 3 at the buzzer, up 12. Whitlock 2 for 2 from deep. Latrell Mitchell's got a pair of threes, and Oceania shooting 5 for 7 from beyond the arc, while H-Town in the first half 0 of 6.
Whoa.
That finally comes to an end with a 3 from Keith and Carter. That's their first made from deep. Questioning first half for H-Town. Don't shoot well, as we said, from beyond the arc. But Tyrell Thompson, who had 12 points in the first quarter, played just a minute and a half of the second, and had quick 2 points when he got back in there. But his departure, as Aaron Payne gets 2 to go, his departure was a big part of Oceania building that lead without him out there.
Yeah, and I know H-Town is used to coming back and then, making big comebacks in the fourth quarter. But you don't want to make a habit of that. Especially out here in Oceania, out here where we at in the city, man. Like, you don't want to have to. No, that's just not a good idea. Handle your business. You don't want this team with that confidence because you can lose. This is somewhere.
Finger roll there from Keith and Carter, and that is 7 quick points in just over a minute. And that 12-point lead from Oceania has dwindled to 5. 6:45 to play in the third quarter. H-Town getting hot. They got the turnover on the last possession down. That led to 2. They had the 3 to kick off, and then a miss on the other one. So the defense started to come together here for H-Town. And late shot clock, mid-range, will in fact fall. That's, I believe, Whitlock for 2.
That's a big time. That's a big time.
That run.
That's a huge shot. H-Town is been highly competitive on both ends to start the half. So we're going to see how Oceania responds to hitting them off. They did all the punching first half. Now H-Town trying to return the favor. Great drive He had the keys, the cars in the ignition. We on our way.
Tyrell Thompson there. He's got 2 more. He's got 16. That's a game high. Powering this offense, and certainly when he's rolling, we mentioned this. This isn't a team that goes to one guy over somebody else. This one is turned away, or turned over rather. That's Payne. Up to Carter. Looking inside. Carter had a sliver of an opening for deep. He doesn't want it. Wants the alley-oop to Payne.
Oh.
He gets it to go.
Payne with the good pass by Carter. Good finish by Aaron Payne, the big fella.
The run continues. +9 here in the quarter. Joe King.
Let's see what Hennessy does. Give it to the big fella. Let him cook. Oh my God.
Well, every time that Hennessy has had a mismatch, and we saw it in the first quarter, he decided to fade away with a guard on him, and now that's 2 consecutive possessions where Hennessy has gotten the mismatches. A 3 for Carter falls, 44-42. But consecutive possessions from Hennessy to finish that thought, where he's had a guard on him, and the Oceana guards have just not gotten him the ball inside.
Yeah, that's interesting,
Perhaps
Marsh.
because of that decision.
Yeah, and every time I have Hennessy, I lose my shirt. Good 3.
Some of us know how to handle it. Some of us don't. Cole Webb for 3 answers.
Marsh, how do you know I don't know how to handle it? Maybe it's not me that's mishandling it. It's the person I'm with taking off. I'm not taking off my own shirt, Marsh. Who takes off their own shirt? Nobody. I don't. Not this guy.
Gets here for Aaron Payne on the and 1. Opportunity to get back within 2. I never said you couldn't handle it. I just said, I just stated the fact.
I like that.
Anything about
I like where you're going with that, Marsh. I can dig it. I see where you're going with that.
Aaron Payne, chance to get this back to 2 after a Cole Webb 3 answered 3 on the other end from Carter. He's got 2 from deep here in the court. Payne finishes that one up, back down to 2. So Oceana's lead. A lot of that came from struggles from the Hoopers from deep and a lack of Tyrell Thompson being on the floor. Both of those concerns have been remedied here in the first half of the third quarter. So it was a 10-point lead is now down to 2.
Now we're going to see Oceana. Good pass. You got to oh, big fella.
Whitlock.
I like it.
Following his miss with a 2-handed slam. Oceana having some success on the offensive glass when the misses have been there. Hennessy's got a couple in there. Second chance opportunities.
I like the pace. This pace right now favors H-Town. And that's why they're competing in the second half.
That'll be a 3,
Big
and that's
shot.
going to fall. Deep bucket from Cam Jones.
Oh, yeah,
Jones
21.
17 threes on the
Can
season.
you do it for me? I love that shot.
Lead is down to 1 here. Joe King can't get that one to go. Rebound to the Hoopers, headed the opposite direction. That was Garrett Aaron. This is Johnson. Johnson to Aaron. Not a ball movement here for the Hoopers. Wu trying to give the Hoopers the lead. He'll kick it out. Gonna have to be another deep 3. That won't fall. Late shot clock 3 attempt there will not go. Cam Jones.
Good deep on Oceana.
Looked as if Adowu might have had pathway to the lane. Decided to turn that one aside. Another double screen. This is Joe King. That will not fall. Another offensive board. Another offensive slam.
Put it in the face.
Double 2-man screen attack right now from Oceana. Consecutive possessions opening up good looks for Oceana guards.
Marsh, who was that guy for Oceana that made that dunk?
I believe that was Whitlock. I beg your pardon, Musa Mushad on that one. Beg your pardon.
Okay, I just want to see if he's going to say that name correctly. Musa Musha. I like that name. It sounds exotic.
Yeah, very exotic from Australia. I believe
Oh, you said Australians can be exotic, Marsh?
I didn't say that. I said it's very exotic from Australia. That's all I said.
So what would be an example for you for an exotic name?
Ill-a-delphia. It's a very exotic name, and it's from Australia. Again, you're misconstruing what I am saying to imply something else.
Hey, I'm on Merlot. I'm not misconstruing anything. Life is happening fast.
Happening too fast. Second free throw falls. Back to a 2-point game. Just gets 1 or 2 there from the line. Hoopers have not been able to get over the hump. Oceana built up an early 1-point lead at the end of the first quarter on a late 3. They have not looked back since. They led the rest of the way. That was a 3 from Latrell Mitchell, as the 3 there from Whitlock won't fall. Ended the first quarter, and then a 3 from Whitlock at the buzzer ended the second. Lead was as many as 12. It's been down to 1. And here's an opportunity down 2 for Adowu and the Hoopers to either tie or take the lead for the first time since that first quarter. Adowu to the rack. Off the screen, but it's blocked off the backboard.
Return to sender.
Giovanni Conwell on the block. And he's going to draw the foul on the other end. That's going on Johnson. Rashad Johnson called for the foul. And a quick turn of events there for Oceana. Looked like they might be headed for a deficit. I beg your pardon. It's Abbas who draws the foul here after the Conwell block on the defensive end. Kicked off a transition opportunity for Oceana. Now a chance to double their lead here late in the third quarter in what has been a competitive third quarter, third frame of 8 minutes here in Sydney.
Marsh, what's the over-under of how many company names Oceana has on their jersey? What do you think?
It's you notice it from the international teams because they're taking the old UFC shorts approach.
Yeah.
If there's an inch of stitching that we can get an ad on there, let's do it.
What's the over-under? You said 7?
I think that's a good one, but it seems like they're not utilizing the back of the jersey; they're using the front. So I'm gonna go with 5. I think that's a safe number because they're also not using the shorts. They've really gone in on the front of the top, but the shorts, they're wasting some real estate down there.
Well, see what happened. It's a big shot.
Step back 2. We can get it done from outside too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they got those sponsors before the season start. They sold those sponsors on the arena and on the team, but then the team start losing, so you can't get new sponsors. Now that they're winning, they can start filling up the shorts and fill up the back of the jerseys.
And they're missing opportunities on the floor. There's plenty of empty space there. Jumper there from Hakeem won't go.
Oceana's doing a good job of holding this lead, but I feel like it's been held on by bamboo sticks right now. Like, it's just a matter of, good move! Spinner Rooney! Pick that man up off the ground. Oh my goodness, mama. There go that man again.
Here we go. Tyrell Thompson continues his emphatic game. And now the block on the opposite end.
Do you see what I
imprinting his influence all over this one on both ends of the floor.
He knocked the ball out. He knocked the ball out in the sea. The ball is out at sea, March.
EA on both of those.
Yes,
indeed
correct.
It is. He has tied this one up with back-to-back buckets. One, a step-back mid-range, and then the second, a swirling layup. Follows that up with a clutch block. Cole Webb trying to take the lead back. That won't fall. Rebound to Matthews. Now in transition come the Hoopers. They will try to hold for the last shot here. Vincent Magic going to work inside to Thompson.
Yeah.
He wants the baby hook. Won't get it to go. And that will end the third quarter. H-Town rallies back from down 12. We're tied at 53. 8 minutes to play.
We got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to Sydney, Australia. The final 8 minutes of what's been a thrilling game between Oceania and H-Town Hoopers. Oceania led by as many as 12 early on in the third quarter, but thanks to Tyrell Thompson, they have rallied back to tie it. Though a quick answer to kick things off from Latrell Mitchell, who has come in with some timely buckets for Oceania, and it is a 59-53 lead, and now a block from Richard Hennessy on Aaron Matthews on the very next possession, and that will probably bring Aaron Payne in from the bench. It's Coach Ray Fox not liking what he sees out of Aaron Matthews on the opening possession. That'll bring Payne to the floor.
And let me say this about Coach. Ray's a very H-Town, Northside, Trinity Garden name, by the way. I find out where Ray from, for real. Because that's a very... Oh, yeah. Never mind. That's perfect. That's exactly what it is. PA, baby. Shout out to Ray.
Take your word for it. Thompson showcasing again that mid-range touch as he ties things up for the Hoopers.
PA is home of UGK, Marsh. You've heard of UGK, right?
Say that again. I've heard of what?
PA is the home of the rap group UGK. You've heard of UGK?
Sound familiar?
Oh my God!
You gotta understand, Rick. Rap only travels so far north.
That's not true, right? That's not true, Marsh.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying where I grew up,
Marsh,
you just run out of momentum of getting it any further.
Marsh, on Beyonce's internet, rap is worldwide.
It may be worldwide, but there's just parts of the states it does not get to. Tyrell Thompson can't get that one to fall. Once you cross north of, I would say, Massachusetts, it doesn't travel very far.
So what are they listening to in Massachusetts in that area then?
Country, and then country. The top
real.
3 radio stations in Vermont were all 2 were country, and then a distant third was a sports talk show or like a sports radio.
Speaking of Vermont, I'm going out there this year for college season. I'll be out there, Marsh.
I don't know what season you're going to be there for.
I just told you, college.
Yeah, at least you got the E-age in that time. As another mid-range shot falls, and this is the first lead here for H-Town Hoopers since the first quarter, thanks to Tyrell Thompson.
It's all work.
Cole Webb trying to go after Thompson. He cannot get it to go. Thompson in space. The 6'8", 237-pound big man showing his athleticism on the much smaller and shiftier Webb.
This is the quarter where H-Town makes their money up, right here.
And now Thompson going to work with ease. And a 4-point lead. Thompson continues to cook since that 12-point first quarter. He has been hyper efficient, and with him on the floor, H-Town has been dominant. Cole Webb, though, with the answer over the top of Vincent Magic.
That's a good shot by Webb.
We'll dump it back inside. Going back to the well. Tyrell Thompson up and in.
Oh, my God.
He continues to cook.
Oh, my God.
Carl Holmes type of vibe right now here, Rick, from Tyrell Thompson. The last 6, if not more. Cole Webb, pull up. Can't get that one to go. 4 minutes left. The ball continues to go through Tyrell Thompson. He's going to try to post up Richard Hennessy. Who wants the mid-range? Can't get it to go.
That's a heat check shot right there, baby.
A rare heat check from a big man. Hennessy trying to instigate some offense. Kicks it to Mitchell. Mitchell won't get it to fall. Bouncing around. Rebound finally pulled down. Who else? Tyrell Thompson. Kicks it ahead. Step back 3. Keith and Carter won't fall. Rebound to Latrell Mitchell. He wants to go inside. That's Jackson Whitlock.
Oceana has to find a go-to guy, either Hennessy or King to take over. Good move.
Mitchell with the Euro, and shockingly, Hennessy does not go back up there after the offensive board. Kicks it out to Webb. Webb from the free throw line. Buckets. Oceana not going away here, Rick. Late in this one, they have withstood the blows from Tyrell Thompson. They are trying to stay alive and answer.
Staying alive.
There you go. Here's a three.
3-point.
Keith and Carter can't get it to fall. Would have extended the lead to the highest for H-Town at 5. Now a chance to tie. Here's Hennessy. Got a guard on it. And again decides not to take advantage of it. For the third time today. Go to the screen. Trying to free up King. He can't get that to go. Would have tied this thing. Instead, it's a rebound for Vincent Magic. He'll pull things out. Go to work in the isolation at the free throw line.
On the offensive end, Oceana has gotten every shot they wanted. It just hasn't gone in lately.
Had a chance there to get Aaron Payne. Instead, it's going to be a step back three.
Terrible shot.
Can't go. We call it a pass. 2 points.
We'll call it a pass. Yeah,
Aaron Payne jogging down for an assist there for G9. 2 minutes to go.
You have to have a basket. You have to have a basket. You got a little fella on you. Now go to work, Hennessy. Anything's possible. You got to go to work.
For the first time all game, Hennessy has gone after the little man when he's been guarded in the post by a guard. And it's back to 2.
This ball's probably for little guys.
Fade away. Ooh, in and out. Every time the Hoopers have needed a basket, Thompson has answered except for then. Now a chance to tie. Won't fall.
It's time to slow down.
1:20 to play. G-Nub with the ball. Screen coming from Magic. Inside to Thompson on Hennessy. Blocked by Hennessy.
Oh! Anything's possible.
We are getting some high up-tempo, non-stop basketball here in the fourth, and it's been thrilling. Paul Webb to Hennessy. Chance to tie. 1 minute to go. Kicks it to Mitchell. The corner three. Gets it to go! Latrell Mitchell! Oceana back on top!
Not to be confused with Latrell Sprewell. Time out!
Time out! Hoopers were step aside, don't go anywhere. 51.5 to play in Sydney, Australia.
You lot ain't ready.
Welcome back to Sydney. 51.5 seconds to play. Oceana, thanks to a Latrell Mitchell triple, his third of the game, up by 1. Tyrell Thompson, he's got 28 points on 13 to 20 shooting to guide the Hoopers back into this. And it's Genov trying to go to the ISO. It won't fall.
Whoa. What was that, G?
Here comes Mitchell. Chance to extend it. Won't fall. Rebound to Magic. Get the ball up. Briefly to Tyrell Thompson. Instead, it's Genov trying to get Thompson to post up. On Whitlock. Up. Can't get it to go. Offensive board. Goes up again. Won't go either. Rebound to Magic. Beg your pardon. That was keeping Carter on the board. Genov driving on King. 4 seconds to shoot.
Shot.
Blocked.
Oh.
And they won't get a shot off. 5 seconds left.
Foul
has to come.
The hell is going on around here, H-Town?
The Hoopers failed to get a shot off on that last possession. They turn it over. Aaron Payne passes up a layup to go to Gina.
What?
Timeout for Oceana. 4.2 to play. Let's set the stage here real quick, Rick. H-Town has a timeout so they can advance the ball after these free throws, but they're likely going to be needing, 1, they've got a foul.
Yes.
2, they're going to have to get a three-pointer likely after that. What just happened on the Hooper side of the ball?
I don't know. Ray, tell me something, Ray. What's going on? I have no idea why Genov is taking a shot coming at the timeout. You got to get about a 5. He had a few attempts, and then they got the ball back, and Payne is passing the ball at 6'10" to a guy that's 6'1" in the paint. I don't understand. Help me understand. I am lost, Marsh. I am lost.
A questioning decision there from Coach Fox. And you're right, Genov took the first shot, and then Payne tried to dump it to him on the very ensuing possession, but he could not get a hold of it. That led to a loose ball. That led to the foul. So Oceana, though, not shooting free throws just yet. H-Town has one free throw, or one foul to give here. They've got to give it. Inbound to Latrell Mitchell. Nobody's fouling it. They will. With 2.2 to play, Keith and Carter will foul him. And Latrell Mitchell, who hit the 3 with 51 seconds left to put Oceana up by 1, has a chance to push this to 3. H-Town has not shot the ball well from deep so far today. 3 for 7. They're likely going to need, 3 for 15, I believe. They're going to need a 3 in all likelihood, depending on Mitchell's free throw attempts here. We get a great view of the backboard stanchion there, but he hits the first.
Of course.
65-63. H-Town with a timeout. Likely to use it. Second one up. At falls. And there is the H-Town timeout. So 2.2 to play. H-Town will get the ball moved up. Rick, who are you turning to? Are you going to Vincent Magic? Are you going to Keith and Carter? Who are you turning to here needing a three-pointer?
Well, they haven't shot the ball particularly well tonight. Their best shooter from the outside is Cam, statistically. So may I do a down pin, a down screen to let Cam get free to shoot the shot? Or maybe Vince Magic can shoot the shot. But it's really slim pickings right now. They haven't shot the ball well behind the arc, which is why they're in a predicament there at the end. But I do a down pin and let my best shooter statistically on my team from the three-point line shoot a shot so we can take this bad boy into overtime.
Keith and Carter, the leading scorer here for, or leading three-point maker, I should say, for H-Town. 26 made threes entering tonight. Cam Jones, you mentioned him, comes off the bench. 17 made threes from the floor and generally shoots 63.4%. But they're going to need it, and they're going to need it quick. So Oceana does have the opportunity to, should they want to foul. We'll see. That's often a difficult play if you get the shooter to in the motion when you decide to foul, or when they actually call it.
I'm not a fan of calling it. I'm not a fan of calling this situation. Play defense is 2.2 seconds. Frankly, you can't play defense for 2 seconds and you don't need to win the game.
We saw 1-3 in the first game of our triple header that decided that one in overtime. We'll need a 3 here to force
and Marsh, I ran out of wine, so I hope there's some more overtime.
Here we go. They'll go to the corner.
That's the
Three.
shot.
Gets it to
Oh!
go! Gets it to go! Keithan Carter at the buzzer. We are tied up. We are headed to overtime. No Merlot needed. Overtime on deck. H-Town, Oceana after this.
Oh my gosh.
Free basketball for a second time tonight, and as Air Jalen loves to say, seems every night is the best game in Simworld Hoops history, and H-Town Hoopers Oceana's got a case for it. 66-66, first to 69 wins, as Siege would say.
There you go. I agree. First 69 wins.
Of course, got to hit 69 on the button, so a three is
On
needed.
the button.
They're
There
going
it
to
is.
take one.
Snap.
They're going to
Game
get
over.
one.
In the game. Game is over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. That's it.
The Hoopers kicking off. It's Martin Genov, the man who should have no OTOs called for him. Gets it to go. And Hennessy trying to answer. He will. 69-68. Gets that one to go over top of Cam Jones. Martin Genov, the cold-blooded three to kick off the overtime period. It's Keithan Carter, the man who saved the game. He goes to the rack hard. Can't get it to go. Offensive board. Kicks it out on top. It's Genov. Screen coming from Thompson. Gets it. Free run to the lane. No, he's going to kick it out to the corner.
Passing the ball. Oh, my God.
Carter now will have to take one. Late shot clock. Won't go. Rebound. Who else? Thompson. Offensive board won't fall.
Oceana still got a chance, man.
Paul Webb dribbles out of bounds. A turnover here and a timeout from H-Town.
Timeout.
And if anything, Ray Fox needs to be letting Genov know the duality of man. The three to kick off regular or overtime, but then passes up a wide open layup to kick it to Keithan Carter. We're going to step aside. 2:38 to play in overtime. Houston on top.
Je voudrais être seul avec toi.
She asked if you'd like to join the club.
Je voudrais des nuits.
You said, I like nuts. Register today and get a free Berlitz phrasebook. Berlitz, the best way to learn a new language.
We're back in Sydney, Australia. H-Town Hoopers up 69-68 here in overtime number one. Potentially more. Rick, Hoopers have really rallied back, faced a big deficit. Tyrell Thompson has paced it. Keithan Carter hits the big three at the end of regulation. What do they need to do to finish this comeback job against Oceana?
I mean, the only thing they're missing is a magic fairy dust. This is what the H-Town Hoopers do, apparently. They win late in the game under weird circumstances, and we're seeing it right before our eyes right now. And that's the icing on this shot right here.
Loose ball foul called by Payne, but the bucket, they're going to say counts. And that's going to make it another 3, pushes it to 72-68, the largest lead of overtime. Hooper's largest lead of the game was 5. And a second timeout, this one coming from Oceana. We're not gonna step aside, but we're gonna invite you all to, as always, join the Discord, discord.gg/SimWorldNBA. And on a normal night, certainly this is the final game of our triple header, but we hope you tuned in for the post-up led by Maestro this afternoon. Obviously that comes between every single SimWorld Hoops broadcast. So tune in as bevy of guests from Big Bob today, LOB, Rick, you're often on there joining Mr. Maestro in the booth, a collection of talent during our post-ups, so always tune in for the latest insights. With Rick, I know the conversation with you always goes off the rails, but that's no different. Most of the time you get good conversation with Maestro.
Hey, I don't even have any rails, brother.
It is one way to live, my man. That is one way to live. Here we go. 2:28 to play in overtime. 4-point lead for the Hoopers. Oceana ball coming off their timeout. 1 timeout left each as the Hoopers used theirs on the previous possession. That set up the 3-pointer, putting Oceana down by 4. Plenty of time for plenty of things to change. Weasel dumps it inside to Hennessy, trying to get some space against Aaron Payne. He won't. Payne on the block.
Give me that, son.
Oceana fans trying to trick the shot clock violation or shot, but it won't matter. It's Keithan Carter who took over late in the 4th, hit the game-tying 3, and he's got H-Town Hoopers up by 6, under 2 to play.
Welcome to the quarter. Welcome to the quarter.
In need of a bucket. No, sir!
That boy playing B-Spike with his basketball.
Keithan Carter, 3-pointer. Give me it! Keithan Carter taking over.
Somebody tell Katie come lock the doors over with, baby. I'll show you I had a good run. That's it. That was
it. 2
2
points from Hennessy, but the lead is now 7. Keithan Carter, the clutch 3 to end regulation, and he buries this one. 77-70. 1:25 to play. Cam Jones, he wants a step back 3. Ooh, can't get the dagger to go.
You should have one close by at all times.
Hennessy's got the guard. He's probably going to go to a fadeaway here. Actually goes up strong. Can't get that to fall.
Marsh, don't kind of like you see it, Marsh.
Here's Thompson going to work in the paint. Back it down, spins, gets it to go. 79-70. Hooper's on top.
I'm sure y'all play hard. That's enough. Man had never beaten up.
Hennessy gets the ball snatched away. Aaron Payne has had Richard Hennessy's lunch money here in the overtime period. Enough. Carter. Get it to go. Keithan Carter's unconscious.
Keithan Carter.
This game is going to look like the final score is going to look like Oceana got taken behind the woodshed, but it was a really good game until overtime started.
Oh, it has not been a good game for the reigning player of the week. Hennessy has been obliterated here by Aaron Payne in overtime. The 3rd block by Payne. He's got a steal. That will do it. 81-70. H-Town Hoopers rally back from down 12 thanks to Keithan Carter's clutch buckets and continued dominance from Tyrell Thompson. The Hoopers go down under, get the win. That's it for us. See the game. Be the game.
You gonna eat your cornbread.